going to need you to mute that. It looks normal. Now it's a little lower. I'm the only one that has eyes on this, though, so... No, there's just the right amount.
Come on, folks.
15 seconds. All right, I'm taking ears off of you, so...
It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, March 21st, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I am fired up. It feels like a post-pay-per-view Monday. It is not a post-pay-per-view Monday, but it certainly feels like we just witnessed not only a pay-per-view level card on Saturday, but a card that I suspect come end of December, early January, when we're giving out those awards and the most prestigious award show in the sport, I have a feeling that we'll be talking about Saturday night, Saturday afternoon. I have a feeling that we'll be talking about a few things: crowd of the year, card of the year, perhaps knockout of the year, maybe some people who become breakout stars of the year. Saturday was such a special day. Again, a reminder of why we love this sport so much, why we preach about this sport, why we try to get people on board, why we try to get people to understand why we love these fighters and these fights and these characters and the build-up and the cards and all that stuff. Saturday is one of those days that, like Dublin in 2014 and some other cards here and there, 129 in Toronto back in the day and 134 in Brazil. One of those cards that I think we'll be talking about for a long time. Another reminder why this can be such a special sport when everything comes together. A reminder why people like myself have been beating the drum for the last few months about why they need to get out of the apex, why they need to get back in front of crowds, not only for pay-per-views, but for live events. And a reminder, just like I watch almost every Saturday another Matchroom boxing card on DAZN, why you need to be spending a lot more time in the UK, in Europe, because those crowds are different. And this is not me trying to disrespect any American city, any American fan base, but those crowds are special. It is different. Makes the stars on the card, the fighters on the card feel bigger, feel like superstars, makes the performances better, makes the experience at home better. Everything about it just makes it a hell of a lot more fun. It was magical. I was sitting in front of my computer where I watched the fights, as depressing as that sounds, from the first fight on, and there were 10 UK-based fighters on that card. 10. I say they couldn't have scripted it any better. In reality, had they gone 10-0, that would have been the ultimate. In the end, they went 7-0, still pretty damn good. 3 losses, not the worst losses. And if we're being honest, I'm assuming most fans are happy about the ones who won as opposed to the ones who lost. Like, they would trade those losses for the kinds of performances that we got. Let's just be real. And just like Dublin in 2014, it felt like everything was growing, was building, right? From the first fight on, when the 21-year-old from Manchester, who had been talking a big game, named Muhammad Mokaev, who had been hearing about for quite some time, from the IMAFs, from Dagestan, the flyweight version of Khabib Nurmagomedov, when he comes out and he starches Cody Durden in 58 seconds, second fastest finish in flyweight history, you get the feeling, and I tweeted this, feels like it's going to be a special night. It was shades of Paddy Houlihan back in the day in Dublin, and there were less Irish-based fighters on that card, way more this one, so obviously, more room for error, but it just felt like it kept on growing and growing, and yes, like I said, there were some stumbling blocks here and there. There were some moments where you're like, all right, Corey McKenna losing, that's a bummer. But you got Paul Craig coming back, hulking up. You got, Ilya Topuria and Jai Herbert. I know it didn't go their way, but what a great performance that was. Jack Shore and Timur Valiev in one of the best rounds of the year. We'll be talking about that third round. Mike Grundy was a bummer. That's probably the one that hurt the crowd the most. There was a lot of emotion. But then once we got by the Jai Herbert loss, Molly McCann with one of the greatest knockouts you'll ever see, and her celebration was incredible. Gunnar Nelson comes back to form. Great. Patty, of course, with the walkout, which delivered. Although I thought they should have recorded him from back in the locker room, but alas, I digress. Huge win for him after he got tagged early on. Arnold Allen with the big knockout of Dan Hooker, an incredible win. And then Tom Aspinall makes it look easy. And I was speaking to someone earlier today. It's that felt like it was all, Harlem Globetrotter stuff. It felt like it was scripted for the UK guys to win. Let's not forget, Tom Aspinall was an underdog going into that fight. Might have switched at the very end, but for the most part, he was an underdog. Allen and Hooker was essentially a pick'em. Not all these fights were, obviously Patty, big favorite. Molly was a favorite, but these weren't gimme fights. Now, do you want to see them continue to progress and get? Yes, but this was magical stuff. And then you see the crowd chant, this clip of Tom Aspinall, of the crowd chanting Tom Aspinall. I can't stop singing this song. Tommy Aspinall, Aspinall, Tommy Aspinall. La 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 la. I can't stop singing this. Tommy Aspinall, Aspinall, Tommy Aspinall. La 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 la. Magic. That's a police car they're dancing on top of. This is outside the arena. You telling me they're dancing like this if Matt Brown wins on Saturday in Columbus? You telling me they're dancing like this if Justin Gaethje wins in May in Phoenix? They're not. It's a different kind of scene. It's a different kind of fan base. Different kind of emotion. It's just different. You feel it in here. You want to be a part of it. You feel like you're missing out. You got FOMO. Beautiful stuff. Oh, Patty the baddie. Where do you get these chants from? Where do they come up with this stuff? But it's freaking beautiful. I want to shower in it. I love it. It gives you a jolt of adrenaline, a jolt of excitement. And again, it's a reminder why we love this damn sport so much. And you know what's my favorite part of the whole thing? My favorite part of the whole thing, why is my chair so low? I don't know what's going on here with my damn chair. My favorite, I feel like what's his name? Mad Dog. It's going down now. Okay, let me get this up. My favorite part of the whole thing isn't necessarily what this means for Tom, what it means for Patty, what it means for Molly, and what it means for all these guys. My favorite part of the whole thing is that you just know that there are kids out there in Europe, in England, in the UK, who watch that card on Saturday, and in 5-6 years, they're going to be stars as a result of what they saw on Saturday. That's the beauty of sport, not just MMA. It happens in, there's a great documentary called The Carter Effect about what Vince Carter did for Canadian kids who grew up wanting to play hockey, and then they found out about a thing called basketball, and then they wanted to be the next Vince Carter. There's great stories written about kids who grew up watching Patrick Roy, the goalie of the Montreal Canadiens. There's Ian Gary, right? Ian Gary talks about this, and now you see what he becomes. I can guarantee you, in 5-6 years, if we're doing this show still, if we're talking to fighters still, there are people that are going to reference this card. They're going to say they were in the stands. They're going to say they were at home watching with their friends, and they saw the reaction that Patty got, that Molly got, that Tom Aspinall got, and they said, I want to do that. I can guarantee you there are kids at the gym right now across Europe, across the UK, who are talking about Saturday, who are mimicking what Patty did with that takedown, mimicking what Molly did with that spinning back. I can guarantee you that is happening, and that will happen. And that's the best part of the evolution of this sport and sport in general. That's the best part, that they're going to be referencing this for years and years to come. Amazing stuff. Can't wait to talk about it with a bunch of the people who are on the card. I am pumped. I hope you are as well. As always, this program is brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings. DraftKings Sportsbook is the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code the MMA Hour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code the MMA Hour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Please support them because they support us. Tommy Aspinall, Tommy Aspinall, da 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 da. Now, for those wondering, where is Tommy Aspinall? He will be on Wednesday's show, so do not worry about that. That's the beauty of having 2 shows in the span of a week. You're able to break things up, and you don't have to load the deck with everyone. So stay tuned for that. But we've got a bunch of those UK. I mean, it's a very UK based show with one exception. Of course, on Saturday, back end of the show, we'll be joined by New York Ric, as always, Ric's Picks. We'll be joined by GC. I think he had another great weekend, so he's on fire right now with the picks. We'll see how his weekend went. I believe if we run the tape back, I sprinkled in a couple of thoughts on some picks. I'm pretty sure I said Aspinall via finish, no ifs, ands, or buts. And there were a couple of these, betting experts who said, oh, no, it's in Volkov. Dude flew like 24 hours all across the world just to get to the fight. I mean, that was Aspinall's night. There was no, and honestly, if you're into that future business stuff, Tom Aspinall is going to be a title contender this time next year. Tom Aspinall will fight for a belt or will already be a champion by this time next year. Now, it might be interim. It might be interim championship. That's fine. Who knows what's going on with Francis, and we hope it all gets sorted. But Tom Aspinall is special. He reminds me of like a mix of Frank Mir and Cain Velasquez when they were super young. Body type kind of like Mir, BJJ like Mir, speed, agility, wrestling like Cain. I mean, and maybe one of the better compliments that you can give a heavyweight. Tom is very, very special. So Ric, GC will join us bottom of the show. Of course, it wasn't only UFC London on our minds, and it all worked out perfectly. Immediately after the event was over, there was a bit of a break there, and then we all settled in. All of us at MMA Fighting, the MMA media, all settled in to watch our guy, Eugene Casey Leydon, at Celtic Gladiator 31 in Commerce, California, at the Commerce Casino, go up against that dastardly Fritz Frauendorf. And we all talked, we had him on the show on Wednesday, and what a performance it was. Got rocked very early, weathered the storm, and I thought it was 3 10-8s, if you ask me. Frank Twinkle Toes Trigg refereeing, how crazy was that? And Casey got the nod. He got the dub, got his hand raised via decision, 30-27. I thought 30-24, and I'm not being biased. I mean, those were dominant rounds. The takedowns, the ground and pound, tremendous. So we'll talk to Casey about the experience. His first MMA fight, again, longtime videographer. I traveled the world with him. Pick any interview from 2009 to 2018 that I did, any video package on this website, they were all done by him. Every single one. Pick one right now, top of your head, done by him. I'll save you, some time. And he won. Pretty amazing. So we'll talk to him about the experience and if he's going to do it again, all that stuff and more. At 3 o'clock, that'll be at around 3:30. At 3 o'clock, we're going to be joined by Arnold Allen. What a win for Arnold, right? Man, again, one of those fights that I was looking forward to but not looking forward to because we all love Dan. We all love Arnold. Arnold deserves some good things. Now he's won 11 in a row, 9 in a row in the UFC. If this guy needs to fight one more time before getting a title shot, one more win, fine. If it's 2, I'm rioting. Let's get Arnold back out there. Huge win. He defeats Dan Hooker. First round, 233. Standing TKO. Absolute beautiful stuff. I can't wait to talk to AAA. Arnold Almighty Allen. That will be at 3 o'clock. At around 2:25, we'll be joined by Jack Shore, the pride of Wales. What a big win for him. Again, it all just kept on building and building. Had that fight, tough fight against Timur Valiev, underdog in that fight. Timur, again, no cupcake. Timur is a tough guy. Super tough. He may not be a household name, but he is as tough as it gets. And it looked dicey at the start of the fight. That third round was amazing. Rock'em sock'em. And in the end, the right man won. Jack Shore remaining undefeated, now very much a player in that division, 135, one of the most stacked divisions in the UFC. Can't wait to talk to him. The beloved daughter of Liverpool, Molly McCann, with the unbelievable finish, knocking out Luana Carolina. She'll join us at around 2:05. Can't wait to talk to her. She was one of the stars of the show. And again, someone who had talked to us about not just wanting a W. Decisions are great, but she wanted something emphatic. Couldn't have scripted that any better. In the third round, spinning back elbow. Looked like the fight might end very early. First, second minute, she poured it on. Spinning back elbow, third. I suspect we'll talk about that knockout come the end of the year. When we're talking about knockouts of the year, Molly McCann might just be the winner. And it happened in early March. At around 1:40, we'll talk to Paul Craig, who had that big win on Saturday as well. The pride of Scotland. Paul Craig, one of those guys who is just on a different level when he's off his back, getting roughed up a little bit by Nikita Krylov. He's on a roll as of late. He's looking good. He talked at one point about, wanting to call it a career when he hit, I think it was 35, he said. Well, now he's saying, I'm good. Yeah, he's turning 35 in November. And now he's saying, I'm good. And all of a sudden now for Paul Craig, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins in a row. Remember, we saw him back in June against Jamal Hill. That fight and that win has aged beautifully. Win over Shogun Hua. He's won 5 in a row since his loss to Alonzo Menefield back in 2019. And that was a big triangle choke victory for him. Once again, off his back. Looks like he's in trouble. He slaps it on you, and it's all she wrote. Big win for Paul Craig. And then in a matter of seconds, in fact, no, right off the bat, right here and now, we told you, our first guest of the day. This is the way I wanted to start today's show with this guest because he started it off. After his win on Saturday, I said, it feels like something special. And honestly, we all felt like something special was going to happen even before, but it just seemed like it was perfect. Like there was someone up above scripting this. And in the golden age of MMA, as smarter people than I, people have been covering that scene longer than I. Of course, my friend Pete C saying, this is the golden age of MMA coming together. The biggest card that they've had up until this point, with the most amount of talent, with the most amount of prospects, with the most amount of legit talent, not just like, filler guys, not just like lovable characters, like legit talent, future title contenders. You kick it off with a 21-year-old born in Dagestan, comes over to Manchester, has talked a big game over the last few years. I remember when his manager, Tim Simpson, hit me up and said, I got the next guy. I got the next guy out of Dagestan. He is going to be a champion. He wants to be the youngest champion in UFC history. You see, big stage to debut on. What does he do? He comes out in 58 seconds, knee early on, then a submission. Couldn't have scripted it better. There was only one proper way to start today's show after the London event, and that's with our first guest of the day. Let's go to Muhammad Mokaev, who is kind enough to join us. There he is. Salam alaikum, my brother. How are you?
Alaikum. How are you, Ariel? How's things?
Things are. Let me tell you something. Probably things are much better for you than they are for me, my friend. Are you still on a high right now? Are you still on cloud 9 after Saturday?
Amazing feelings, especially like British crowd. It was crazy. For like Tim Simpson, my manager said, I never see this amount of crowd in first fight ever. And remember, I said in an interview, I said, listen, doesn't matter if they put me first on, I still make the arena packed, So, wow, it was amazing.
So, like I said, Mohammed, like you predicted a lot. You aren't afraid to put it out there. But once we got closer to the fight, were you feeling nervous? Like, man, I got to back this up now. I've said a lot. I put a lot of pressure on my shoulders. You're looking at me now like I'm a crazy person for even asking this question. No nerves whatsoever?
Of course, I have nerves. I'm a human, and I'm young. And but listen, there's not much pressure. Like people you win, you lose. People gonna hate. They're gonna support. There's always two sides of people. You do good or bad. But main thing was comfortable for your own life is what you do. If you're confident, say it. If you make mistake, you lose, or you do something not go ahead of your plan. Okay, it's your life. It's your life. Nobody gonna back you up. So whatever they say, there's not like pressure of like much of this.
Okay,
but when I said like round 2 TKO, and it was like people like, hey, he's like he's 10 years older. He's like 3 times more professional record than you. And also when I walked in the cage, he said something, swearing word. I put finger up his face, inside the cage. I'm like, hey, I'm too confident. You cannot do this to me.
The whole week, how did it go for you? Like from the moment you checked in and going through everything, I saw you tweeting about the UFC. Like, how did it feel for you your first time out?
Amazing, bro. Listen, like I always read like UFC fighters, they always say like the pay was bad and stuff like this, especially like Francis Ngannou was saying. And I was like, maybe like backstage work, what the guys done. There's Matt Talon and John, there was as soon as I arrived, they look after me. They probably spent maybe like $5,000 over me in this week, like doing my medicals, doing my stuff around, taking care of my team. And from nutrition to weight cut, and everything was sorted. Basically, you just have to stay focused for your fight, and they was doing everything. It was something that I never seen before.
You saw Cody around the hotel?
Twice, to be honest, on the fight day and then 2 days before the fight.
And any interactions, any chatter between you two guys?
Yeah, so first time like I seen him, it was start of the week. As I was in the lift going up, and he probably pressed the button on the like second floor. I was coming from first, and then he want to walk in. Then he see me. I'm like, hey, Cody, you still alive? And he said hello, and then he didn't go in. I was with my like he's like one of the coaches. Actually, it was like a physio guy with me. And then he's like, I said this in an interview, and he said, no, it's a bullshit. I said, you're a motherfucker and all this. I'm like, hey, you didn't say this, just leave it, So on the fight day, he was with the security guard, and I was in lift about with 8 people, maybe 6 people. And it's same situation happened,
Oh my.
He want to walk in, and he's seen us, and he didn't want to go in. And then security guard, don't worry, Cody, come in. So we got in, and then it was a fight day, in the morning after breakfast. And I said, oh, you don't have your glasses, because he put glasses on the weigh-ins, so I don't see his eyes. And then he's like, you don't have your glasses. And we talk, and he said, you're going to get smashed anyway tonight. I'm like, I'll smash your head right now if you want to. But I'll leave it for the payday, So, and then I said it, and I've done it.
When you walked into the cage, what did he say to you?
He said something like motherfucker or something like this. And I'm like, are you crazy? So I put finger up his face because I didn't want to do bad things. I just want to till referee said, let's go.
In the days leading up, like when you're in the hotel, when you're getting ready, when you're getting mentally ready, did you allow yourself to think of your journey to get to this point? You're still such a young guy, but you've been talking about this for several years. Your DM to Dana White a few years ago, predicting that you'd be here. Did you allow yourself to kind of smell the roses and enjoy it, or were you hyper-focused and didn't do any of that?
I was really focused, really focused, to be honest. I was like, after weigh-ins, I was in my room without people, without any noise, just concentrating. I know, like all the hard work, getting to training 2 hours on the train, 2 hours back, like bad weather situation when I travel around the world for my fights with like immigration statuses and stuff like this. All this, like, listen, this is something I need to, this will change my life. This debut will change my life. And one of the steps that will push me to the title also, later on. But it was like motivation was another level.
Honestly, did you think it would go, that quickly? You think it'd go down that quickly? Or were you a little surprised?
I always said, listen, these guys are like average fighters, not average fighters. They have 2 legs, 2 arms, head. I have exactly the same. It's nothing that they're going to come inside the cage and they're going to do some job I've never seen in my life, or they're going to shoot that I've never been shot on a takedown. It's nothing like I never seen. But I said around 2 TKO because I know his gas tank is bad. So I was going to wear him out in first round. I was going to actually give him like a jump with that knee to maybe he catch my leg to play with. He played with my leg, so I make him tired and then finish him. But he hit this knee,
Oh my gosh. It was incredible. Like you came out like you were shot out of a cannon. when you got the submission win. It only took 58 seconds. Do you remember the feeling? Do you remember like what that felt like when you felt him tap?
Yeah, I was like, as soon as I got the neck, I'm like, yes, he's gonna tap because last week I did sparring with my coach. He's a bantamweight, but he's around like 74 kilogram. You know, I did this choke on him. He's a brown belt, you know, and he's like, "What did you do?" And this like choke, it's like a ninja choke from the front. It's hard to get, but if you get it, anybody tap. And then I did this actually. Dana White, I think, posted video. I did this in the change room, and then when I've got this, I'm like, "Hey, he's gonna tap." And then just my head gone, and I can't remember anything.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Because you had been dreaming of this moment and thinking about it, is there any part of you, I know it's a crazy thing to ask, but like you only got 58 seconds in there. Like, is there any part of you that wanted more just to feel what it, you know, like 3-4 minutes at least, just to feel it because it happened so quickly? I'm sure it's all just kind of a blur in your mind.
Yes, especially like when the Bruce Buffer said my name, like, I'm like, oh, I only realized Bruce Buffer and a bit later. I'm like, oh, Bruce Buffer first fight in like prelims. What's he's doing here?
Yeah.
Like, yes, G, you know, like, you know, I was excited. I'm like, but most my part is interesting is to come in when they announce your name, these feelings. And then the fight is something that you do every day in the gym anyway. But all this show, I love, you know. But it's okay. We got more. It's better for me. Less injuries. I go fight again soon.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
What do you do? Like, okay, the fight is over. What do you do? How do you calm down? Where you go to the back, you do a bunch of media stuff, but like, tell us what goes on backstage for you then.
Yeah, so I go see my family and I go see all my friends. UFC didn't want to let me because they said it's dangerous to you go to the crowd. I'm like, hey, I'm in hometown. I'm not hometown. I'm in my country, you know. So nobody gonna do crazy things. I know people like drinking and stuff, but I know I live here 10 years. I know how to control the like crowd and stuff like this. And I had like a good team around me, and it was all good. So I'll go see all my team around, and then we go back to the hotel. Nothing much. Eat and go sleep, and next day is just go walk around like a hotel with my friends. That's it. Nothing special.
Did you stay there for the rest of the card?
Yes, I did stay. I really want to watch Tom Aspinall, Allen, you know, and you know, like Topuria also fighting. So some good names like Jack Shaw against Timur Valiev. Some good fights I stayed to watch.
Were a lot of people recognizing you when you were in the crowd?
I think like I was like 58 seconds changed everything. Like everybody come take pictures and stuff. I'm like I always was thinking I go to training 2 hours and train 2 hours back like this live, and I'm like, how do people get like famous and stuff? It clicks like this in your life. But it's I had this before. Yeah, after every fight, something like this, but this one was like different.
Right. Does it feel, you know, now, like, is it hard to digest all of this, to handle all the newfound love and fame?
Not really, Ariel. To be honest, I have this since my amateur debut. I have this like this noise around all the time. That's why I think I'm still going, because I try my best to stay focused.
What's the coolest message, if any, that you got from? I'm sure a lot of people hit you up, sent you messages. Is there one that really touched you after the fight that you got from someone?
I think, you know, Rustam Khabilov, who actually came to watch in 2016 on this card.
Wow.
And on this card in 2016, I was sitting over there, and I'm like, soon I'm going to be watching different view, you know, from different side.
Wow.
And then I was like standing in the arena. I'm looking where I was sitting in 2016. And I really appreciate the people that bought tickets. It's, for me, 180-pound ticket, it was that time, was expensive now. Like so many people sitting, and I want to put a great show for them.
Was that the
and he posted photo, you know, like congratulated me.
Wow.
And he's the guy who I was like growing up watching his fights.
He was your favorite?
Yes.
Wow. And you know him now? You have a relationship with him?
Of course, he was actually in Bahrain. He was supposed to corner me. He came to Bahrain to help me with the training camp, and UK didn't approve his visa. We'll sort out in a bit. Maybe I hope Home Office give him visa. Next time.
Yeah. That card in 2016, is that Bisping Anderson?
Yes, that's right.
Wow, man. You were there. How old were you in 2016? That was 5. You were like, what?
I was 16.
16 years old. Golly. That's what I was saying at the beginning of the show before you came on. The coolest thing of Saturday's event is that I bet you in 5-6 years, if I'm still doing this, I'm going to talk to another kid who was there on Saturday who said, I saw you and Arnold and Aspinall. It's like that circle of life. It's an amazing thing because we see it all the time.
I hope as many kids on the arena took some motivation and might get aspired, and they change their life. Maybe not become as a great athlete, maybe become a better human, in life. I hope somebody got aspired by me in the arena, at least one,
Did you see the tweet that Stefan Struve posted earlier today?
I seen that was in UFC Manchester actually.
Wow. And so you saw him just in the hotel?
Yes, I seen him in hotel because Albert Tumenov, my friend, he was fighting, and I came to support him, and I was in the same hotel. And I said, Stefan, he's like a long guy. And when we was taking picture, my friend shouted single leg, and I like took his single leg, and he was probably looking at me like, who's that strange kid?
Yeah. Did you remember that when he did? And then he interviews you on Saturday in your post fight.
Crazy, I know. I seen him. He's doing interview. I didn't realize it because he's got these Harry Potter glasses on.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at him and he's like, "Oh yeah." I said, I remember.
You told him the story because I'm sure he didn't remember you. You were just a kid.
I did tell him the story. Yeah.
Wow, that is amazing. Also, you've talked about the DM to Dana, and then you posted a picture of you and Dana. Was that your first time meeting him?
Yes, that's right.
And what was that conversation like?
He's like, I love this kind of shit. He's like, I love this kind of stories. And he's also said that Tom also met him in 2012, Tom Aspinall, and he said, I love stories like this. And hope we meet again in the US. And it was great to see him in real life, humble guy. Hopefully we'll meet again in America, maybe July 2nd.
Yes, I'm going to ask you about that in a moment. But did he respond to your DM? Has he looked at it yet?
No, I think he's still got this excitement about that London card. Right. I think he still gives away these bonuses,
Yo, that was crazy. 9 of you got bonuses.
I think he's like I think he see the crowd and he's like, I'm giving the bonuses out tonight.
Incredible. I mean, I would imagine in one day you made more money on Saturday than you made in your entire life, right?
That's right. To be honest, last week I was counting my money and I want to buy a house. At the moment, I'm staying in some place I booked for 2 weeks before my fight, and I was thinking, now I don't want to rent anything. I want to buy something. I'm tired of moving suitcases. I still got a backpack, moving there, and I was thinking, let me see after fight what amount of money I get to get a house, to get at least apartment, at least something for myself, for my family.
You also posted something great about not that long ago you were a refugee, and now here you are, in the UFC. You came over, right? I mean, it's just your story is very inspirational. I would imagine a lot of people have reached out to you and wrote to you to tell you how big of an inspiration you are. Now, are you allowing yourself to look back at your journey and enjoy how far you've come?
Yes, I look back and I remember all the toughness and made me who I am today. To be honest, all the toughness life make I have strong team on Saturday night. I had good people in my corner, in my behind stages, people doing stuff, help me behind that. It's all the people that I filtered through my life, they were with me in bad situations and good situations, and who left me in my bad situations, they already left, but the real ones stayed with me now, and I will take them all the way to the top.
Was your father with you?
Yeah, he was there. He was watching, and then he left like quick because he said too much noisy. I don't like this.
What did he say to you when you spoke to him?
Hey, he was happy. You know, he never showed me how happy he showed to other people, but not to me.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know. USSR old style, you know, it's like well done. That's it. I'm like,
That's
okay.
But you know how much it probably meant to him. I mean, I'm sure he was over the moon.
Yeah. Yeah, I know how it means. Like somebody sent me his voice message, like he was saying like good stuff, and I'm like, is that real him? You know what I mean?
Yeah. That reminds me a little bit of my dad as well. Was that the first time he saw you live?
Third time out of 30 fights.
Wow, that's amazing. First time at the UFC for him, probably, I would guess.
That's right.
All right. And by the way, one last thing on the fight. What did you say? I saw you and Cody talking afterwards. What did you say to him?
I relaxed. I'm like, hey, I just dropped him like nearly TKO. Then I thought maybe they say it's a lucky kick punch. I'm like, let's submit him, you know. So I finished him. I've done everything was possible in that 1 minute. You know, it's nothing else to prove him. And I just told him, listen, head up, respect. He has a kid and family to look after. Nothing else I can make bad. Make him listen. I give him lesson. He talked bad about this Chinese guy in UFC. I told him, listen, if you carry on, I'll send you like tonight to embassy, you know, and they take you back to US. But if you know carry on, like leave him. He's already like go humbled. Yeah, it's enough. Don't need to bring him more. It's maybe a bit bullying, you know, but let him stay there. Maybe he become better person.
Respect. So I saw earlier today, Mike Bond of MMA Junkie tweeted this. You just referred to it. July 2nd, we're going to see you back that soon. Is that the plan? International Fight Week?
Oh, it'd be amazing. You know, fighting on that card. It'd be. I'm already like, hey, give me like Team Elliott, give me anybody from top 15, top 10. I hope they accept. I know they be like, hey, who's this young kid? And already Team Elliott posted on Twitter, I'm too old. Everybody picking on me. I've got more bonuses than you actually had the fight. Then fight me, you know. Don't talk too much. Either you want to fight, either you just shut up.
So that's the one you want. You want Tim Elliott July 2nd?
Tim Elliott is I respect. He's a great opponent. Like people say, like there's Amir Albazi, there's another rank number 10, Dobrak. What's his name? I said anybody, please give me. But Tim Elliott is good name to beat.
That would be a big one. But is it for sure that you're going to be on July 2nd on that card?
If somebody accept the fight, I'm there.
Okay. In the United States, in Las Vegas, this will be a different scene for you.
Yes. Oh, looking forward to it.
You would like that. Now you want to start fighting more in America, or do you like these cards, you know, closer to home, UK? I was thinking they would obviously try to put you maybe on the Abu Dhabi card as well, right? In October. Maybe you do July and then October, maybe?
At the moment, if they come back to Manchester end of this year, I'm thinking they will come back like November, like they usually come back. If they come back to Manchester, I'm definitely in. Like I've closed my eyes for America for now and fight in my hometown, and I fill up the arena. Like anytime they put me on at 5 o'clock in the morning, I think the arena will be full, you know. But if it's before that, like July time, I will fight in US. For now, but if it's UK, end of the year, I'm here.
I love it. Well, the hype is real. You are for real, my friend. You're now a UFC veteran, 1-0 in the octagon, 58 seconds, second fastest finish in flyweight history. Do you think, by the way, at some point you'll go up to 135? Like, is that you think as you get older, or do you think your whole career will be 125? What do you feel?
I had 26, 25 fights, I think, at bantamweight. And this is my second fight in flyweight since 2017. So I think I'm very strong for the flyweight. I went to the fight as a 145 pounder.
Wow.
So I was huge, to be honest. And I'm like, this is my weight category. I was too strong. When I got hold of Cody, I'm like, is this the flyweight? I swear I had this in my head. Is this the flyweights? Because I always spar with featherweight guys and lightweight. And I said, listen, I'm staying flyweight.
Amazing. Okay, weight cut, no problem.
Perfect. With the weight cut, I had nutritionist for this fight, Shamil, and the weight cut went well. And of course, like UFC PI helped us a lot at the backstage.
Yeah. Well, much respect. I was really, really happy for you. And again, I remember exactly where I was when Tim called me to tell him that, to tell me that he signed you. Because, you know, there was some talk where you were going to sign, who you're going to go with. He was so happy. He was over the moon. And he called me, said, I got the guy. This guy's going to be a champion. Give him a couple of years. He'll make it to the UFC. Maybe youngest champion ever. You are on your way, my friend. So enjoy the victory. Again, congratulations on the amazing moment, the amazing performance. And I hope to see you July 2nd in Las Vegas, my friend.
Thank you so much, Ariel. I'm really pleasure to work with Paradigm also, you know, great management. And I have strong team. We're going all the way up.
You do.
Thank you so much, Ariel.
Salam alaikum, my brother.
Alaikum. See you soon.
There he is. Muhammad Mokaev. Remember that name. We told you about this. Remember that name. This is a guy that a lot of people are high on, including myself, talking about him. You know, flyweight is an interesting one. Flyweight is a really interesting one because unlike some other weight classes, you can probably move up the ranks relatively quickly. Like him versus a Tim Elliott isn't the craziest thing of all time. Let's see. Tim Elliott is 11. Tajir, I was talking about Manel Cape on Saturday. Someone like that, but like he can, if there's ever a division where a 21-year-old can climb the ranks relatively quickly, no freebies, earn it, but fight, you know, if he fights July 2nd, by the way, comes back, fights October, November, like he could get 3 fights in this year. Not the craziest thing. If he keeps looking like that, if he keeps winning, if he keeps progressing, not the craziest thing to be, you know, the youngest champion in UFC history. The owner of that record, of course, John Jones, way back in the day. In fact, it was, off the top of my head, was it March 19th, 2011? So that would be 11 years ago, just a couple of days ago, right? Was it March 19th? UFC 128. UFC 128. Man, so freaking good at this. March 19, 2011. Yep. Man, how did I remember that? That's weird. So yeah, John Jones was the youngest. He won when he was 23. I don't know the exact breakdown here. Like how many days? What's the record? Let's figure this out right now. John Jones, record, age. I don't have the, yeah, it's something like 23 and then X amount of days. Mokaev turns, he's 21. He turns 22 on July 30th. Yes, Frank, you want to say something? What's 242? The days?
Yeah.
Oh, you're the man. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You figured that out on your own?
All by myself.
How did you do that?
I consulted a colleague.
Oh, okay. So 23 and 242 days, that's almost 24. This kid's got time. Like, we've had people talk about this, right? We've had people mention this. Macy Barber mentioned it. He's still, so he could be 2-0 in the UFC, still at 21. Think about that. With essentially almost 2 years left, there is a very, very good chance that he beats that record. Very good chance. He'll have 2 years and he'll already be 2-0 in the UFC. Amazing. All right. Well, remember that name, and let's see who they give him for that July 2nd card. Another big performance on Saturday. Paul Craig, Bear Jew. Been a while since I spoke to Paul. One of our favorites. A little bit older than Mokaev, 34. Has talked about retiring at 35, but I think he's walking that back now. Has now won 5 in a row. Started off a little bit slow for Big Paul Craig, the pride of Scotland. But once again, off his back with the triangle choke, the master of the triangle choke, he picks up another impressive win, this time against Nikita Krylov. One of my favorites, the pride of Scotland, like I said, joining us right now, Bear Jew, Paul Craig. There he is. Paul.
How you doing, my friend?
Long time no speak.
Yeah, man, it's the only time I see me on this is when I do an amazing submission, which is like every other fight.
I know. I mean, it's just, it's almost like, I feel like you don't get going in your fight until it gets a little bit dicey for you. A couple of punches to the face, and then you're like, all right, I'm in this.
Yeah. You know, the fight did not go the way I expected it. I expected them to be this stand-up battle where I thought it would have been a little bit more cagey about my groundwork, but it wasn't. He just came in there, Spartan kicked me to the chest, and then that was us on the ground where I wanted it to be. So it was like an area where I was really, really happy to be. And see, every time he stood up, I was thinking, no, he's just going to stand up and that's me. We're going to disengage. And then all of a sudden, boom, big hammers raining down. It worked perfectly for me.
Considering how good you are off your back, even when you are on the ground, are you surprised that anyone wants to engage with you there? Because if I were fighting you, I would just say, just stand up. I want nothing to do with you. Even if you are hurt, you are so good at capitalizing on those moments off your back. I'm surprised that people still try to play that game with you.
I know, I'm surprised myself as well. Like, I'm not saying I'm the best, but I'm very, very effective off my back in MMA. But it's that enticing somebody in. You know, when you're raining down heavy shots, you get a wee bit excited. We've seen that with Valiev in the exact same position, and the exact same thing happened to him. Not only that, when it comes to like MMA, it's all about who's got the biggest nuts in it. It's about who's got it's bragging rights in it. Because if you beat me in jiu-jitsu, then you'd be like, aye, Paul Craig has been claiming his jiu-jitsu as one of the best in our division, and I've just beat him. So it comes down to like, you want to showcase your grappling, because everybody in the division's got really good grappling. It's just how effective are you at utilising it in that moment.
You've had some big moments in the UFC. You've been on some big cards. You fought in front of some really like hot crowds, right? You fought back home. You fought in the UK. How would you compare that one?
This blew out of the water. We're just coming off of like a 2.5 year delay and fans being in events. So the UK people have been building for it, you know, have been screaming for this. We should have had the London card just before the lockdown.
Yeah.
So people have been starved for live events, and I think that's what made this a bit more special. Everybody wanted to go, everybody wanted to experience this, so it just made it that much better. Not only that, the card itself, from top to bottom, was amazing. Like, where have you ever seen a card like this? This card could have been a main event, like a pay-per-view. It was just so many good fights on it. Like, I was doing my media and I'm watching these fights and the way they're playing out, and I was the third fight on, and after my fight, I knew, I was like, I'm not getting the bonus. These fights are all wild. We had Muhammad Mokaev with that elbow. We had performances for like just 15 minutes. I had Jack Shaw just imposing as well. So I was like, I'm not getting a bonus. And then Dana White drops 9 bonuses in us. So we've been spoiled. Yeah.
What was your reaction when you found out about that?
The bonus, you know, everybody deserves some for their work. Everybody put on a performance, and we have the fighters meeting. And one of the things that they say, be it Dana or be it Mick or be it Sean, they always say, if you're sitting backstage and you want the bonus, go out and get it. Everybody did that. Everybody put on a performance, so everybody deserved it. And it's getting what you're worth. And I think that's a prime example of it. And I think there's going to be more shows that are going to do it. I'm hopeful there's going to be more shows that are going to do it.
I actually like the idea of like a finish bonus. You get a finish, you get a bonus, as opposed to picking, you know, who had the best. This is a nice way to incentivize you guys to go out there and get the finish.
Yeah, definitely. And then it comes down to like, does your finish deserve it? Because then people will start hitting that, you know, it was luck and all this kind of stuff. So I quite like the 4 because then it makes you that wee bit hungrier, doesn't it?
Yeah.
As opposed to all I need to do is go out and get a finish. If I want an extra 50 on top of my pay, I need to go out and put on a good performance and a good finish.
When you saw, so like you said, you were third. Mokaev comes out, incredible debut. Then the crowd is a little bummed about Corey McKenna. Now you're up. Like, did you feel like, all right, I need to get? Because I felt after the Mokaev win, like something special is in the air here. It felt like it was going to be the Dublin card in 2014. Were you saying to yourself, like, I can't let these people down now. I need to keep this rolling?
I did. But not only for the fans, it's for myself, innit? Like,
Yeah,
I want to go out there and put on a performance myself. The last thing I want to do is go on and be flat and just be comfortable. I know I sound like I'm insulting people, but we watched Ankalaev a few weeks ago headline a show, and he done what he needed to do. He got the victory, and he barely came out of first gear. But this sport's about entertainment, and I wouldn't be happy with myself if I just went out there and done the bare minimum to get by. I think what you need to do is you need to go out there and put it blood, sweat and tears and give the fans what they want. And I know some people will be like, well, that's not what this sport's about. This sport's about longevity and this sport's about looking after yourself. Sometimes you've just got to go out there and go balls to the wall.
And you would know about that with the kilt, right? I mean,
Yeah.
the kibbles.
Yeah, my nuts, man, aye, the kibbles and bits.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
that was a long time ago, but that's
Yo.
time flies, isn't it?
What, you know,
about 5.5 years or so.
what was it? It was, I believe that was Woodley Thompson 2 in March of 2017.
209.
209, you were fighting. You remember who you fought?
Ferguson and Khabib as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Aye, it's been a blank, my friend.
Do you remember who you fought on that card?
I do. I remember getting beat. It was Tyson Pedro, and he beat me first round. I remember hitting him a judo throw. He stood back up. I did the exact same move to him again, and then he managed to scramble, get on top, and start dropping elbows. And then the referee had to step in. I remember all my fights, and that was like a turning point for me. Whereas getting beat, never experiencing a loss before my career, because I was amateur, hadn't been beaten, professional, hadn't been beaten, had never tasted what a loss felt like. And the taste of that lasted in my mouth for a long time. And then I get beat off Khalil Roundtree, and then it was game over for me after that. Like I've said this to you before, I was out the UFC. There was not going to be any Beardew legacy left behind. It was going to be a flash in the pan for Paul Craig, and people would have been sitting there and saying, oh, remember Paul Craig was a UFC fighter? I didn't deserve to be there. Because this sport's brutal, let's be honest, and the fans are tough on the fighters, and they need to be, because they need to keep us humble and they need to keep us hungry for these victories. And that's what they've been. But after London, the first time, going back, 3 years, changed my life.
And so how did it change your life?
See, before that point, I didn't think I should have been in the UFC. I didn't have the skills to back up. When you're sitting talking to people and you're trying to be entertaining, you're trying to tell them about what you're going to do, and you can physically tell them, but you can't actually do it in the octagon. And I had to go away and learn my craft again. I had to actually learn how to be an athlete. I had to go away and learn how to be a fighter, a martial artist. I had to go away and look at mental clarity and try and become a whole package. Because when I say I was young, I wasn't young in age. I was young in the sport. And you need to kind of cut your teeth in the amateur circuit. And we've seen that for, is it Mokaev for the first fight?
Mokaev.
How do you pronounce his name? Mokaev, where he had an amazing amateur record. What was it, 20-odd wins?
Yeah.
Unbeaten, and then he's 4-0. So he had loads of experience. So him coming into his first UFC fight, people are saying, oh, it's his first UFC fight, he's only had 4 fights. Yeah, but it's everything he's done prior to that. I had none of that. I came in, we know martial arts experience as a kid. I came in, we know background in any sort of discipline of boxing, jiu-jitsu, judo, anything like that. I came in with nothing, and I started at the age of 24, and look at me now. Everything's changed, man. And I'm still doing the exact same stuff that got me to the UFC. First round submissions, and I'm doing it again in the UFC.
5 in a row now. And you mentioned that fight against Tyson Pedro. It wasn't, you lost the next one, as you said, beat Ankalaev, lose the next one, beat Nzechukwu, lose the next one. You haven't lost since the Mennefield. So it was up and down for you. As you said, who knows if you stick around. Is it just what you were talking about now? Because I was going to ask you, like, what's been the difference? How have you gone on this streak? You haven't had a streak like this since you started your career undefeated. Is it all those things that you discussed and perhaps anything else?
Yeah, it's about adding little bits to your game plan. It's about adding little bits to your camp, like working with a nutritionist, like working with my conditioning coach, like working with, like, it's just about dealing with all these people. Like a sports psychologist made a huge difference to my self-belief, but then it's adding all them together. One of them on their own didn't make me better. It was a whole host of things. Once the mindset changed, then it was about bringing in other people into my camp, because right at the start we were very, very secretive. We didn't really want to have anybody else who wasn't part of the team in the camp. So I didn't have a conditioning coach, I didn't have a nutritionist, I didn't have a sports psychologist. Once we had the sports psychologist on board, and he kind of opened up my mind and opened up my attitude, and then I allowed loads more people in to try and help me, because I wanted to do it all on my own, and I wanted to be like, no, I've done this on my own, I don't need anybody else. In this sport, you can't be like that. You need to have loads of people around about you. You need to have positive people around about you. That was another thing that happened as well. Through your journey, people will come and go. People will take a pound of flesh from you, and it's about sticking with people who are good for you and sort of dropping people who are bad for you. And there was a whole host of things, but from that Mennefield slip up, because I'd done the same move 3 times. Like, the amount of people in the gym that still nail me for it to this day, but it keeps me humble, and I'll never ever do it again. I'll never bounce 3 consecutive moves in a row to a high level opponent, because it results in you getting knocked out and embarrassed again.
The sports psychologist, you still talk to them?
Yeah, because it goes back to, it's not just one area where I need to improve. There was an area where I needed to improve, and we spoke about that, and we dealt with that, and we sort of improved it. And it's like it's an ongoing process. It's not like once you've done it once, that's you. You've spoke to a sports psychologist, that's you. You're cured. You're cured. And it's about dealing with them weekly. We have weekly sit downs. We discuss stuff what potentially going to happen in the camp. We look at what happened previously in the camp, and we discuss how we're going to move forward. And it's about him, Elliot, touching base. So my sports psychologist touching with my nutritionist, touching with my conditioning coach, and touching in with Brian Gallagher. It's about them all working working together, because they've all got the same goal. Everybody wants me to win in my camp. There's nobody there that's like, nah, I kind of want him to get knocked out. I kind of want him to get beat. Everybody's got the same goal, and we're all just trying to get there, to get to the end point, isn't it?
What's the one thing, you said there was one thing that you needed to improve. What was that thing?
Confidence in my striking.
And
we've seen it, it's hard. It's hard because people will always doubt you on the internet. One thing they'll say, Paul Craig doesn't have stand-up. Paul Craig's not an MMA fighter. Paul Craig doesn't have this, and he's missing this in his game. I have a good jiu-jitsu. My striking's really good as well. If you see me in sparring when I'm confident and I'm going up against people that I spar with regularly, and they're absolute studs, I've got the confidence to be creative. And when it did come to the fight time, I kind of was like a rabbit in the headlights. Like, I remember fighting against Khalil in Glasgow. I didn't do much stand-up, and it was like I was really, really scared, and I was worried about what if he knocks me out, what if he knocks me out. So that apprehension of me worrying about him knocking me out stopped me from actually being able to strike with him, and ultimately led to me getting knocked out. So it was like this vicious cycle, and it was all to do with my head. So then once my sports psychologist then broke down the barriers and improved it, we've seen a much better version of me. Like, I was able to strike with Ankalaev, which not a lot of people have done. If you look at what Ankalaev's done to his opponents previously, he's outstruck them, he's knocked them out, he's outgrappled them. I managed to take him down. I know a lot of people said that Paul was absolutely dead in the water in that fight, but I still managed to take down Ankalaev. I still managed to land some big shots on him, land big kicks on him, and ultimately get the victory. But my stand-up was much better then. moving on to fighting Jimmy Crute, it was the exact same thing. My stand-up's looking all right. I was able to slip shots. I was able to deliver shots. I was able to deliver some spinning heel kicks. And then the same again, that carried on, and it's been getting better and getting better as I'm working with this guy who's breaking down these barriers, because there is, from a kid to now, you always put up barriers, and it's about some of the barriers are always going to block you from doing what you need to do in life, be it like being a world jiu-jitsu practitioner or being a world-class striker. It's good to talk about this kind of stuff. When we were growing up as kids, it was like we never spoke about anything. Men just bottled everything up. And now we're in this culture where we're able to speak and we're able to open up freely, and it's not get the negative side of speaking about your feelings, because for a long time it was like men don't speak about feelings. That's like seen as quite a wimpy thing to do, and I think it's totally changed, and I'm glad it has changed, because it's definitely improved my game by speaking to him.
Do you still feel that lack of confidence when it comes to the striking, or do you feel like you're over that totally?
I believe I'm totally over that now. You're always going to have it going up against a high-level striker, going up against somebody who you need to be a wee bit wary of. But I think you need to worry less about what they can do and worry about what you can do. Worry about what you can do in that moment. Because we've seen that against, I remember the fight, Khalil Roundtree versus Gokhan Saki, where we've got a world-level striker and we've got an MMA striker in Khalil. And Khalil absolutely flattened him. So I think it's about, he wasn't worried about how good Gokhan's striking was. He was worried about what he's going to do to him. And I think that's what I had to do, and that's what I need to do.
You have talked in the past about retiring at 35, but that's now off the table, right? You can't walk away now. You're turning 35 in November.
No, it's you know, at 35, see, when I first started the sport at the age of 24, I looked at the ages of the fighters in my division, and 35 seemed like a really good number. I felt like 35 was a number where you could leave the sport, still have your mental clarity, and still feel good about yourself. We had 2 years off there. The sport's evolved so much from when I first started watching the sport to now. I believe that I've got a little bit more mustard in the tub. There's like, you know, that wee bit of corner where you can't really get with the knife. You need to maybe get that wee bit of bread in. I've got that wee bit of mustard still left in me. I've still got loads of mental clarity. My fights don't go that long. And the ones that do go long, I typically don't need a lot of headshots. It's mostly body shots, a lot of grappling. So I believe I've still got, I've got something left in me. And after that victory at the weekend, I believe that I've got more to do in this sport, and I'm so close to being a name in this sport.
Oh my! And after all the years that you have put in, I agree with you. You are very close, and you're shooting your shot. You asked for Anthony Smith. My understanding was Anthony and Ankalaev are about to be booked, but maybe you change their minds. If it's not Anthony, is there anyone else that makes sense for you?
You know, I'm always looking up, and I've fought the guys at the back of me, and I've fought the guys that are just coming in. I believe I've done my dues. I've paid my dues.
Yes, you have.
There's guys in this sport like Prohaska who have literally had a couple of fights. And I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but he's had some amazing fights. And don't be wrong, he came in as a very experienced athlete to the UFC, but he's only had a few fights in the UFC where there's guys toiling. And I believe I've toiled. I've fought all the guys up and coming, and I've shown the UFC what I can do. And there's never been a time where Mick Maynard's sent an email saying, "Can you fight this guy?" And I've said, "No, I don't really want to fight him. I'm scared. I don't really want to do that. He's not a favourable fight." If the UFC sent a name, then I've said, "Yep, we'll take it." There's not even any going back and forward. Can we have this guy? Can we have it here? I've said yep, because it's the attitude I've got where I've not got long in the world of MMA, and to be the best you can be, you need to go up against the best, and you need to find a ways to beat them. Because I was underdog out of that on Saturday night. Everybody thought I was going to get beat in the stand-up. Everybody thought I was going to get beat in the jiu-jitsu. But it's about showcasing what you've actually got and showcasing what you've not shown. And I know I've got still so much more to show in this sport. You've only seen a very, very small part of my jiu-jitsu game, and you've only seen a very, very small part of my striking. There's more in there.
So is there another name ahead of you that you want?
You know, we've seen Thiago Santos against Ankalaev, and I don't want to be picking fights with guys who are on a losing record, but he's still fought for the title. He's still in the top 10. He's still a household name. So that would be an interesting fight. The same again for Ozdemir, the same again for Dominic Reyes. All these guys are guys who I would fight. I thought Anthony Smith, because he's 5.
Oh yeah, it's a great one.
Where I want to be. He's a grappler, or he likes his grappling. We've seen him submit Devin Clark with that triangle, and I'm always wanting to see who's got the better jiu-jitsu. Who is it? Who's the guy in this division with the most devastating jiu-jitsu? That's what I want to know.
I love it. Are you giving yourself a new age? Like now that 35 is not an option, are you saying 40, 38, or you're just letting it go?
I'm just letting it go. I'm just going to ride the wave. The wave, sometimes you go to the beach and the waves are small and sometimes they're big. I believe right now there's a big wave I've got. And when the wave starts to slow down and get a bit smaller, then it's about time to jump off the boat and maybe paddle off to the side of the water. But right now the wave's massive. And hopefully the UFC get behind me. Hopefully fans get behind me and are like, you know what? I kind of like this guy. I kind of like this getting beat up. and dropping the submission. Because let's be honest, watching that fight on Saturday night, I bet there was people who have never seen me fight before and been like, Paul Craig, he's done. He's done here.
Yeah.
Let's listen. He's about to get knocked out and it's game over for him. And then there's people who know how I fight and are have seen me fight before and fight the exact same way and are going to be like, no, he's still in. Our guy, our Braveheart is still in there, man. He's got a wee bit left in there. And I showed it on Saturday night, against a top level opponent. He went the distance with Glover. Not Glover. He did go the distance with Glover, didn't he? He lost the division with Glover, and he's fought the best guys in the division as well. Yeah. So to get a victory over him is a feather in my cap. And it's not one of these victories where you're like, he's getting older, because that kind of haunts me with the Shogun fight where he's like, he's getting older, he's not the fighter he was. No, this guy's coming into his peak. Yeah. He's 27 years old with a record of 30 fights. So you can't put it down to the fact that he's old, he's worn out, he's all this. No. This was the best version of him we had. And he tried to put me out within a couple of seconds. Every shot he was delivering was heavy. Every shot he was looking to land was to finish that fight. And I'm happy with how I rose to the occasion.
Well, I'm delighted for you. What a great story. Congratulations on the win, on the winning streak. I'm still waiting for you one day to explain to me where the nickname comes from, because I get asked about it all the time. But when you're ready, you let us know.
Next time I'm in the States and you're there, we'll grab a beer.
You'll tell me?
We'll talk about it, man. We'll talk about it, bro.
All right, Bear Jew. Thank you so much, Paul. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon. There he is, Paul Craig, a name to watch, and what a great story. Made his UFC debut back at UFC on Fox 22. He beat Luis Enrique da Silva, lost 2 in a row after that to Pedro and Roundtree, beat Ankalaev, lost to Crude, beat Nzechukwu, lost to Menefield, and hasn't lost since. Has won 5 in a row, unbeaten in his last 6 because he had the draw against Shogun Rua. And he's a player now. He's a player in that division. Number 11 has the win over Jamal Hill, who is ahead of him, believe it or not, has a win over Nikita Krylov, who is ahead of him. And then once we get, after 9, you get Ozdemir, you get Dominic Reyes. That'd be an interesting one, Reyes coming back. Santos, Smith, Ankalaev, who he has a win over. This guy is in the mix. Bear Jew, one of the great nicknames in the sport. So I was very happy to see that that performance. Great fight, fun fight, and that really, so you had the Mokaev win, and that got the crowd rolling, and then you had the Corey McKenna loss, and they were a little bit bummed, and then you had Jack Shore. It was first Jack Shore, I should say, had an incredible win. And that got the crowd rolling. Wales was back on top. Then you had Paul Craig, credible win, and it just kept building. And then, after a few fights, they were bummed about Grundy. They were bummed about Jai Herbert. But then came Molly McCann and Luana Carolina. We know how it went. It looked like it was going to end early. It ended late, but it ended with one of the greatest knockouts that you'll ever see in not just women's MMA history, but just MMA history. It's a knockout we'll be talking about when the year is up, when we're going over the knockouts of the year, I suspect we'll talk about this card as the crowd of the year, this event as the event of the year. We'll talk about Shore and Valiev as one of the rounds of the year, and we will 1,000% talk about Molly McCann's big knockout, her first in the UFC against Luana Carolina. Without further ado, let us say hello to everyone's favorite MMA fighter now. There she is, Molly McCann. Molly, are you alive? Are you in the clouds? Can you even describe what is going on in your life right now?
Me little toes, Ariel. Me throat, me voice is still cage side with Dana when Paddy fought. But I got home last night and I slept for about 14 hours. I was so tired. It's been a big long fight camp, and with the documentary coming out, and it was just a massive night, but one that we knew was finally coming. I think I said to you, didn't I, Ariel, that I think it's time to get the finish now when it came.
Is it fair to say Saturday of your career, but maybe even of your life, greatest night?
Yeah, my mum and my dad's wedding, that's up there, and that moment for me. I was saying to the media team and everyone, like, I may never get that again. You know, I still may never. You might never get a knockout like that again. I don't think women or men don't really get them, but oh, Ariel, I don't even know. I'm floating. I'm so at peace. I'm so at peace because this is the moment I've been waiting for, and I've battled with my own mind, and I've battled against everything, and everyone could just see how calm I was this week or last week, and it was just time. It was just my time.
Yeah, you had this amazing confidence. As you said, you were calm. I was wondering if that was for us, for the media, or was it true that everything was coming together for you?
This and this was at one. So it's just like I said, it just felt like a Cage Warriors event, and I'd always struggled with feeling like a fan. And Big Paul just said the same. Sometimes you don't feel like you should be there. And I was saying I am a UFC vet now, and when I walked into the cage, Ariel, I realised I've arrived. Like, for the fans, like, I was getting the best walkout of the night up until, well, I think Paddy probably got the best, but I definitely reckon mine was up there.
Yes.
Maybe the second best. And when I walked in and I looked at her face when everyone was cheering, I looked into the crowd and I seen Anthony Joshua there, Eddie Hearn, all like American celebrities were there. And I was just like, go and do the business, meatball. All you've ever asked for is this moment, so go and seize it.
What a scene, and what a start to the fight. I thought you were going to finish her in the first couple of minutes. What is going on in your mind when this is happening? You're probably thinking, this is my chance, right?
I ran after it, literally, when I kept hitting her, and she still ran away. I kept on chasing her still and running after, but I thought I was Neo out of the Matrix. I was like, but nothing was going to stop me, Ariel. I say there's a lot of crowd, and Meatball Molly, it was a match made in heaven. And to do it, I said I'd not lose in front of me mum. I'd not lose in front of me mum again. I won't do it. So my mum was there, everyone was there, and I knew I was ready to give my everything for that fight. And someone, like, I've watched it back, and the lads was like, I think she might be gassed a little bit or whatever. I knew in the second round, like, compose yourself for the last. If you can't knock it out in the second, go classic Meatball and destroy it. And I even got a few classy takedowns, proper Matt Hughes back, like, bomb.
Oh my God, that was amazing.
Give one them to the crowd on the way down, and I'm a born performer, really, Ariel. So to confirm, you did not gas out. You because I was worried about that as well. You just threw everything at her. I was wondering if there would be a bit of a drop off. Didn't happen. No, I was told in the changing rooms, and this is on record, so you'd be able to see Paul Rimmer, my coach, and Joseph McNally, the boxing coach. Don't give it any respect. Go and put it on it for the first round and then feel the rest of it out, because when I do that and I impose my will and she's dancing to my song or the beat of my drum, I always win the fights and win them well. So I just thought, right, come on then. And then I knew in the last round she was going to come for me, Ariel. So I just thought, right, give her the first minute, and then people tend to gas after that. You know, like when they have to chase the fight, they get a good strong minute and then they walk onto something, and I have a really good counter left hook or a backhand. I thought you'll walk onto one of them, but you could see, and you'll know in a lot of my fights I've gone for them spinning elbows, and I throw it normally a different way. It would be like a 6-12, but this one it was like a 9-3, and put her sent it to the shadow realms, as our Patrick said.
Can you even put into words what it feels like to connect with something like that and then see her just go limp? Like, how can you even describe that?
Well, did you see my face? Did you see? I went, it's something that when you chase a submission or you chase a finish, they don't come. When you're loose and you're sharp, they come. And when I'm not tense, like, I've only knocked one person down, I think, in the UFC, and that was Ariane Lipsky. But when I'd done that, it was like a sharp backhand, and I didn't load up. And that elbow, I just looked to the side, Ariel, and I just give a glance up, and I just thought, is it on? Is it on? Just keep edging. Yeah, look, go, boom. And just there was no pause or tense. It was just go. And I didn't put any power into it. It was just 100% commit to it. And I'm never, ever going to stop thinking about that moment where the referee had to push me out the way. I wasn't going to go back in because I could see she was out, but like, you pray for them moments, like a Mark Hunt step over, like that kind of like, that you pray for them. And from what really blew me away, Ariel, was when Dana said, I don't think you will ever see a better knockout from a female ever again. Or like, that doesn't happen. Them kinds of finishes don't happen. But I think I just took that much out of her gas tank. Like the body shots, the non-stop pressure, the pressure of the occasion. I think she will have been mentally drained before getting in there, because, listen, every single person was screaming for me when I got in there, and it must have been really intimidating.
Did they didn't show it, obviously. They don't usually in these situations. Did it take her a while to get up, and were you cognizant of that? And did that at all, like, it could be scary, right? We saw it with McCann a couple of weeks ago, right? It could be scary when the opponent is out.
So this is going to sound mad, but I didn't know she was still down because of the elation that I had won and I'd finally got the finish. And when I got back in, it was only then when I went over to pay, like, it sounded like she died, paid me respect, but make sure she was okay. And then she still hadn't come round, and so much was going on. I didn't think I could hurt someone, so I didn't worry about it. I thought, I was 57 kilo. I'm 125 pounds. I'm not really going to hurt someone like that. So I knew she'd be up. I didn't think it was that much of a bad knockout until I seen the replays. It was only when I got into the back, when Mike Bisbin, I think he said something, and I looked at it and I was like, the best bit for me, Ariel, I was going, I'm going to be on the CSI song. Like when the UFC starts the main card, I'm going to be on the UFC CSI song.
I love that you call it the CSI. That was the best. You mean Bob O'Reilly, right?
Yeah. What is it? Teenage
Wasteland.
What is it called? Yeah. I just call it CSI song.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. You are going to be on it. I mean, that will be talked about forever. You might win Knockout of the Year, Molly. You might win Knockout of the Year.
Well, do you know what? It's about damn time.
It is about damn time.
I've been committed to the game, Ariel. You know how much I give to it. And I feel as if MMA, that fight that night, gave me back everything that I've put into it. And in 1 second, I've possibly changed my life forever.
Do you hear that? Hey, Frank, there's like crazy music in my ear. Do you hear this or no?
Yes, 1 second.
Do you want me to take my headphones off?
No, Frank, you hear this? I don't know what's going on.
1 second.
There's like crazy music coming through my headphones. Do you hear that, Molly?
Is it gone now?
No. Frank?
I've taken my headphones off
Get to the
anyway.
bottom of that.
No, I think it's on our end. Guys, can someone talk to me? Anyone hear me?
Can
Can you hear me, Molly?
Yeah, I can't hear any noise.
Okay, cool. There was crazy like club music coming through my headphones.
Static.
Okay. Sorry, that threw me off a little bit. Do you feel like there is a weight lifted off your shoulders now that is gone? Now you don't have to worry about that ever again.
Yeah, I feel like I'm back to who I was pre-Gillian Robertson. So that's a really nice place to be.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, I've been struggling with demons ever since that.
And you've had wins
Ever
since that.
moment.
Why is this the one that gets you back to that point?
Fulfillment. I've done what I'm bulletproof in here now. And I wasn't until the Kim fight in September, but this really solidified like, now I am the business. And when I believe I am, you get them kind of performances. And if I'm someone who can give a emotional performance every single time, and when you get the good emotion out of me, you get world-class performances. It just takes time to get that and to get it right. And I feel the stars have aligned for me. And I think I said to you in the last interview, I feel like I'm coming into my prime. And I'm starting to get there. And the press have said a lot of stuff, and the media have said a lot of stuff about me going for the belt, this, that, and the other. But I just know normally I would be on drinking a lot more alcohol and eating a lot more shit food, but not now, Ariel. I will always be training. I won't be taking time off, and I'm really, really focused on about coming that belt. And I'm not going to be calling Shevchenko out, but if Talia Santos he gets an injury or anything like that in June, I'm over here.
You think you're ready for it? Like, you feel in your heart confidence that you would be up for that challenge, even if it's a late notice thing?
I feel like anyone in the division should.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, if you wouldn't jump at the opportunity, then what are you doing? I would love to be like Mike Bisping.
That would be incredible. By the way, the people that you ran to outside of the cage, did you know who they were? The ones who gave you the belt and all that?
No, I literally didn't know what to do. I was just overwhelmed. And I just thought, where is Dana White? And then when I spoke to Dana, this guy, one person had a pint of beer and one person had the belt. And instead of going for the beer, which would be my thing, I got the belt by, well, it wasn't really by accident, but I didn't plan on doing that. It just happened. And then someone got a really good picture of me in the belt in the cage. And I thought, I'll print that out and I'll look at that every day. And someone said, now you'll know what it'll feel like if you ever won the belt, because I imagine it was the same kind of joy. And yeah, I've got a real belief, and self-belief is a powerful, powerful thing. So I'm there, buzzing.
Speaking of pictures, that one that I know you saw, you posted it where you're almost literally upside down. That you got to print that one out too, right? I mean, that is just incredible.
Yeah, I got a few people have like sent me pictures already.
Oh, that is wow, already you got that? That's from less than 2 days ago.
Yeah, and you'll love this one, Ariel.
Wow, yeah, that is the one. Yeah, that is incredible. Yes, that is incredible.
So yeah, me and Patrick just taken over the world, and that picture, like, yeah, amazing. I've had enough of listening to myself speak seeing myself on Instagram and Twitter. Yeah, I was saying to Paddy, I was like, lad, I can't wait to stop having to speak on the telly because I feel like everyone has just heard enough of me and him, but apparently the world want more.
Yes. And with that, I apologize for bothering you, but we had to have you on after this.
Oh, behave. I told you, didn't I? I put a tweet out today saying to Eddie Hearn, please may I have tickets to come and watch Katie. I'm going to book flights. And he said, after that performance, it's on me. I was like, cool. So I really will. I'll come and see you that week. I'm going to go to the Tyson Fury fight, and then I'll fly to New York on the Sunday, and I'll come on the show on Monday.
Amazing. Did you talk to Eddie in person there? What was that like?
Yeah, mate, I was sat with him and Auntie Joshua.
Oh, look at you, just hobnobbing it up.
Like this.
Like that. What do they say? Like, isn't that surreal stuff for you?
Yeah. I had done a bit of punditry work for DAZN. So the first time I met him, I was like, wow. And now I just feel like he's my friend.
Yeah. Ain't no thing. And then, so you like the thing of booking you and Patty side by side makes it all the more special, right? Because you go to the back and then you come right out to watch his fight, and then his fight is perfect. Like it almost, I feel like your fight, your win, everything is great, but just to have him and the journey that you two have been on, to do it again like this makes it all the more special, right? Like you couldn't even script
so
it.
Much more special. We're just aligned, me and him. We're so different, but so the same. And I think it's a bit refreshing to the MMA community, or maybe like we're just us, and we're not doing this fake persona, and we're just literally two kids from Liverpool who want to put on for the fans, for our city, and just make everyone proud and try and make everyone some money on the way. And when we train as hard as we do, it's inspiring. I walked in the gym today, Ariel, and one lad in the gym showed me his phone, and that picture that you've just put on, that was the background on his phone. And I was like, that's a training partner of mine. Like, that's just blown my mind. And walking through the city today, I went and picked Frank, my dog, up from my nan because she looked after him for me. And the city is just so proud. Every single person who's realised, looked at me in my eyes, has wished me good luck. And I put a tweet on saying, I can't believe the city that I'm so proud of is as proud of me as I am of it, if you know what I mean. And I was just, I can't believe it, really.
Is there any talks of, I mean, they got to put a show back at the Echo Arena, right? Now with you, and this would be a no-brainer.
I know. I just think Dana knows what he's got with me and Patrick, and we've also still got Darren.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And Tom, and Grundy. So, I mean, I feel like we could do Merseyside or Liverpool versus the world in the Echo Arena again. And I would like to right the wrong that happened in the Echo. Do you know what I mean? Like mine and Paddy's last fight in the Echo, we both lost. So it'd be nice to come back and get a win there. But we'll fight anyway. But I kind of said to Dana, and I was like, I don't really want to not fight in England now. So now, like, the American tax is rough. But yeah, because we get double taxed. But fighting here, I think there's no place like home.
I know this might be a tough question for you to answer, but why do you think people love you so much?
Maybe just because I'm normal. I don't know. I suppose I'm a bit funny. People tend to laugh. So I don't know. I work hard and I'm an underdog, I suppose, and maybe people like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or they feel sorry for me because I support a shit football team.
No, come on. I mean, it was tough yesterday, but are they going to get relegated? What's going on here?
I'm going to have to go and do a team talk. I've just put a tweet out saying, Everton, can I come and speak to the players?
Yeah, you need to. My daughter didn't love the fact that I said Everton. She likes that your name sounds like meatballs in a can.
Yeah, I love that video that you put on. Like, it really was touching.
Yes, I love doing those things with her. Okay, so before I let you go, Valentina, if there's an opening, we're down. Is there anyone else? If it's not that, if Tyla makes it, what are you thinking? How soon we see you back, and anyone come to mind?
Whenever the boss says, would you like to fight again? I'd probably say yeah. I'd like to fight anyone, Ariel. I'm not really. I feel like now people are going to ask for me.
Yeah.
I'm never one to ask for anyone because, I mean, you see, they probably give me another Brazilian, to be honest, because they just love that. But in order to become the best, you have to beat the best. So our division is that good. I literally said post-fight, I respect every single woman in the 125-pound division, and my performances are just getting better. So I'm not really scared. There's not a style I'm apprehensive of. I was told online, Ariel, that my opponents had a more diverse skill set and I was going to get submitted. Like, a lot of people put that online. I shut the jiu-jitsu down, out-wrestled here, and beat someone with better range with an elbow. It's like people just need to put a bit of respect on me name.
That's right.
I think.
It's about damn time. I agree with you.
I feel like Usman. Put some respect on my name.
Yes, yes, you deserve that. And now the sponsors are rolling in, right? And I saw your post. Leave you alone.
Graham Boylan's going to give me a phone call after this, and I think he's going to make me day.
Yes, he's got everything lined up for you.
I haven't spoke. I personally put out, like, I'm a soft touch, so I'd say yes to a free hug. Do you know what I mean? So he said, no. You don't even respond to messages anymore now, Mal. I said, okay.
And I love...
So
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, he just says, I'll do it all now. I said, okay. So I just put that post online just so people know.
Yeah.
I'm not being rude or anything, but let me fight and talk, and then Graham will sort business and money.
That's the way it should be. You're a big shot now. You're a superstar. And I loved seeing you.
I'm not a big shot.
You are a big shot. You are a big shot. Everyone. Marloes Kunin is interviewing you, Molly. She's interviewing you. Women's MMA legend.
Listen, when she spoke to me, I was going like this. I was going, Marloes. I was like, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Oh, like, when I first started watching MMA, she was someone who I looked a lot towards because for striking style, and I just thought, you're sick. And then she was offered to interview Dane, and she said, I know I want to interview Molly.
Wow.
I want to interview Molly.
Wow. That gives me chills.
So can you imagine how I felt?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing I talk about on this show all the time. We need to remember, and I appreciate your appreciation of her, Marloes Kunin, these people who were there before there were sold out arenas at the O2, before people, like, these are the legends. There aren't, you and like all these people, all these women MMA stars, without the Marloes Kunins of the world and the Roxanne Modafferi's of the world. Like, we need to start remembering and appreciating these people. So I thought it was awesome that I wasn't sure. I don't know. Like, I was like, does Molly know that that's Marloes Kunin? But you've confirmed. Okay.
Yeah, I think when it says real, recognizes real.
There it is.
And you can just see. And when she was interviewing me, Ariel, I was like, can we just stop 1 second? I just watched Paddy weigh in. And she was like, yeah. So that's the pictures when we're looking up at the screen. That's what we was doing.
Amazing. Well, I am so happy for you. Congratulations. I would like to give you a hug in celebration of this moment. You deserve it. You've been through it all. And, to answer the question that I asked you, I think the reason why people love you so much is because you wear your emotion on your sleeve. You're not afraid to let us in on the good and the bad times. And then people get emotionally invested in your journey. And so then when you're happy and you succeed and they see that it's genuine and that you're a great person, they're happy and they feel like they've succeeded as well. You give people, regular people, ordinary people hope. Like when they see, I was watching the BT Sport thing and you're running and you know this, like you don't look like an Olympic athlete when you look like me running. You look like a regular person. And so we see ourselves in you and you give everyone hope, all the regular people, and you're doing now superhuman things that we can never do, but you let us think that, hey, it's possible if you work hard like you work hard.
Well,
so
if I can, then you can, because I start like Portal before I started when I was 23, 24. Do you know what I mean? Like this all, who was it, Frankie Edgar? All it is hard work. That is all it is hard work. So to everyone watching, especially to yourself and all the team on the show, thanks for always letting me on. Thanks to everyone who supported me and said really, really nice things. And to all the nasty people, I actually do not care.
Good.
One thing that you say. It does, like, you know, when people try and like throw shade, like,
F them.
I do not give a flying feck.
Amen. I'll see you in April.
Go on then, boss.
All
Thanks,
right.
Kang.
Take care. There she is, Molly McCann. What a legend. What a performance. What a knockout. I mean, golly. Again, this is such a fun show today because we're talking to these great characters, these lovable characters. But if you missed that card on Saturday, and I wouldn't always advocate for this. I wouldn't always say like, hey, go back and watch, like, you know what happened. You're watching the show here. You know that Molly just won via crazy knockout, all that stuff. You need to actually watch it. I'm assuming everyone who is watching this today, who's listening to this, who's enjoying this program, I'm assuming you are somewhat of a hardcore. You watch that card because that's a card that you watch. Like right now, there are 4 tiers of events. There's the pay-per-views. There's these types of fight nights. There's a Columbus type of fight night. And then there's like a Lad Dumont type of fight night. You know what I'm saying? There's 4 tiers. This was tier 2, in my opinion. This was tier 2. And I'm assuming if you watch this, you watch Saturday. If you didn't, even if you know the results, even if you know that Jack Shore beat Timur Valiev, go back and watch it. Nothing that we are saying will do the card justice, the scene justice, all 6 hours, whatever it was, 5.5 hours. And so again, it starts out with Mokaev, dips for McKenna. We had the Craig win. We had the Molly win, the Patty win. Arnold win. We'll talk to him at the top of the hour. But in terms of actual fights, this one didn't end in a finish. And if they were giving out bonuses for fight of the night, I suspect this one was going to win it. 15 minutes, 3 rounds, up and down. 3rd round will be the round of the year, at least in the discussion for round of the year. There's still 9 months to go, but we'll talk about the 3rd round of Timur Valiev versus Jack Shore come December. It was incredible. In the end, Jack Shore remains undefeated, 16-0 now, the pride of Wales. He defeats the very tough Timur Valiev. Again, not a household name, but supremely tough. 18-2 going into that fight. And Jack was the betting underdog going into that fight. He's a name at 135. He's, I think, a player at 135, the best division in terms of 1 through 15 in the UFC. Again, he's the pride of Wales. He's Jack Tank Shore, and he joins us now via the magic of Zoom. There he is. What's up, Jack? How are you?
Oh, good, Ariel. Oh, good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Congratulations on the win. Is that a Hasbulla doll behind you? What is going on over there?
Yeah, that's Hasbulla. I brought that for my Twitch streams, but he scares the dogs, so I have to hide him away. when I'm not on the stream.
What is that? It's like a stuffed doll?
No, it's like a cardboard cutout.
Okay, why, you a big fan of his?
Yes, massive fan.
Love
his Instagram.
His rival was at the card, I think, on Saturday. Did you see him? The other dude.
No, really, he was there.
Yeah.
What's his name? The
Abdul or something.
Restaurant. That's right.
Yeah.
No, I didn't see him. I didn't know he was there.
Oh, okay. Yes, he was there. I saw him there. All right. Well, congratulations, man. Wow, what a performance! What a win! Like I said, you got, like they were giving out finish bonuses. You should have got, they were being very generous. Did you not get anything? That would have been fight of the night. And I hate to sound greedy here because they gave out 9, but I feel like you kind of got robbed on that one.
Yeah, I thought we had it in the bag, especially after that third round.
Yeah.
And not many fights actually went the distance. So I thought we had it, but no, I haven't heard nothing yet. Who knows? I may get a little sneaky bonus perhaps somewhere along the line, but nothing as of yet.
Could you describe, like I said, you're 16-0. You have fought on cards. Last couple of years were, totally different with no fans. Walking out, the Welsh fans, they're very supportive. I keep hearing if there was a big enough arena that UFC could go there easily. Just the walkout, the experience all week to get that support, to have the fans back. What was it like for you as you were getting to the fight?
It was just better than anything I could have imagined. I mean, I think this is the third time I've been scheduled to fight on a UFC London card, and I haven't had my last 3 have been in front of small or no crowd. So to go from like an empty arena to a packed house in front of a UK crowd, and they were just relentless from the weigh-ins, from the walk. I mean, I remember waiting to walk out, and there was about 15 Welsh flags sort of draped over the barriers. I was walking past, they were chucking in my face, and it was just incredible. Like, it was everything I ever thought it would be. And then even in the fight, to hear them throughout phases of the fight and after the fight, I can't even put it into words. That it just meant so much, and the feeling that it gave me was just so surreal.
So they put you and Corey back to back. Unfortunately, it did not go her way. Did you feel like you had to pick things up to get the Welsh fans happy with you coming on right after her? Are you even aware at that point, because you're next, that that she lost the fight?
To be honest, I didn't even know that she lost. I mean, we watched like the first 2 rounds in the changing room, and then we was in the fight went a distance, and we were sort of waiting in the hallway to walk out. And because the crowd was so loud in there, I didn't even hear the decision over the mic. It was just a case of, I knew her fight had finished, and then obviously we found out after that she lost. But I don't think anything other than anything could have got the fans down, to be honest. They would just win, lose or draw. They just seemed to get more bonkers and bonkers as the night went on, and it was just insane. I mean, for Corey's fight, I know it didn't go away, but I could just hear even in the change room, I could hear the crowd going absolutely bizarre all the way through it. So, but yeah, it was nice to, obviously, especially for the Welsh, it would have been a shame for us to come away with 2 losses. No shade on Corey or nothing like that.
Right.
She's got the world's her oyster, but especially how young she is. But it was obviously nice for her to come away with a win, at least for all the Welsh that made the journey.
So I don't know if do you pay attention to these things? I was surprised. We talked about it on the show, and I said, I would lean towards you. I don't like to make official picks because everyone gets mad at me when I do. I was surprised you were the betting underdog. Did you know that? Were you aware of that?
Yeah, I was told a couple of times. I think it's the first time I've been the underdog in like 10 fights or something like that. So it's a testament to the level that Timur is at, obviously. There's not many people, I don't think, in my position who would be undefeated and obviously close to being on the verge of fighting these ranked guys and fighting these big names that would look to take a fight with a guy like Timur. He's very dangerous. He's not really an household name. He's got this big reputation and a lot of hype behind him in Russia and stuff like that. But he's not an easy fight for anyone in the division. So it was a tough task. And the fact that I was the underdog for the first time in a long time, sort of showed that. A lot of people were writing me off in the media and online and stuff, but it was just filled with the fire. I mean, I don't ever take no consideration to the odds. I've had fights where I've been a massive favourite and they've ended up being a tough fight. So I don't take too much notice. I just know my friends are happy to make a bit of cash whilst obviously enjoying my performance.
What are you thinking after the first round? Do you remember what you're thinking, what your coaches are telling you after the first round?
I just knew it was close, and I could tell it was going to be close. As long as, and I had a feeling going in, as long as this fight was gonna play out, it was never going to be one-sided or the other. It was always going to be close. I thought he edged the first round just because he was very active, and he changed his feints were different and his attacks. He always varies his attacks. He would finish with a kick and then he'd start with a kick. He was just a tough guy to get a read on, and I just knew he'd take a little bit of working out. So I knew it was a close first round. My corner felt like I won it, but sort of in the back of my mind, I knew that I needed to nick the next two to not sort of be looking at a decision loss at the very worst.
Okay, what are you thinking after the second round?
The second round, I was a little bit more confident. I mean, going into the third, I could feel him getting tired. He'd thrown everything at me but the kitchen sink, pretty much. You know, he was digging 100% into every shot, every kick. He was trying to smash my legs, my body, and I think the fact I just stayed in front of him, I knew if I kept the pressure on him for long enough, he would have to crack eventually because of how frantic he is. He doesn't stop moving. He's constantly bouncing, constantly moving, and when you stay on a guy like that and cut him off for so long, he's got to eventually start to show cracks and start to get tired. And I could feel going into the third that he was getting tired. And I thought, this is my chance now to let my hands go a little bit more and sort of let my attacks go because the reads were coming better. He wasn't throwing as much. And I thought, again, it was close. I felt like I won the second, but in an ideal world, I wanted to go out there and put him away in the third because I didn't want to, fall victim to a close decision loss because of activity. I've seen him win fights like that before, where he's not landing the most devastating shots in the world, but he's outscoring his opponent on volume. And I thought, I can't have that happen to me, especially in London. So I thought I just got to get out there and get straight back to work and get straight back on him.
The third round was bonkers. Have you rewatched that yet?
Yeah, I managed to watch it. I watched little clips of it straight after, but I had a good watch last night. I watched it back twice, and it was just so chaotic. Like, I mean, I put him down, and I thought, right, just stay on top now and stay in control and see the round out, and that should be enough. And then next thing I knew, I'm in a guillotine, and I was like, I could be going to sleep, but it wasn't on, and then all of a sudden I made like one little adjustment, and it just got really, really tight. And you could probably hear my breathing, to be honest. I was gargling, and I thought, there's no way I'm going to be able to tap in front of all these lots. So I just thought, I'm either going to sleep or I'm getting out of the choke. And thankfully, a couple of seconds later, I managed to pop the head out, and then to put him down again. Then a couple of minutes later, it was just fighting on pure instincts. There was no sort of game plan, no sort of tactics at this point. It was just, this is one of these career moments where you got to throw a bit of caution to the wind and just bite down and let our animalistic instinct take over. It felt like a fight to the death in some ways.
Incredible.
I didn't know what was going to happen next. There's guys where you give in certain spots, this is it now, I've got this round sealed off, but he wasn't one of them guys.
Going back to the guillotine, it looked super, super tight. I mean, it was kind of reminiscent of Volkanovski and Ortega, just by how tight it was. Not exactly the same technique. How close do you think you were to going out?
One false move, one sort of little adjustment from him, or one sort of false move from me, and I think I would have been locked off. It would have been on.
Wow.
I knew if he got full guard, I was in a world of trouble. I had his legs sort of stuffed between my legs in the half guard, and I thought, if he gets full guard, we're in a bad spot here. But even in half guard, it was just so tight, and like the placement of his fist was right on my Adam's apple, so I couldn't even. It wasn't even like I could just sort of shut my eyes and shut off and stay calm and just try and wait for his arms to burn. It was cranking my neck and choking me at the same time, and I just knew if I just did one thing wrong, or if he made one adjustment that I didn't counteract, I was lights out. And obviously, thankfully, it didn't go that way. But it was definitely it was close. It was really close.
Would you say, again, undefeated, 16-0, is that the closest you've ever been to losing a fight?
Yeah, well, without a shadow of a doubt. I've never been in a spot, especially in terms of like a submission like that, where I'm generally thinking I'm having to make an agreement with myself and my ex. I was never going to tap, but it was like that split second in my head. It was like, just go to sleep. If you can't get out, just go to sleep. I was just going to stay in there for as long as I could, and if it meant I had to go out in front of all the fans, unfortunately, that's what it meant. But like there was definitely that split second where I thought that this is it. Like you said, just like the Volkanovski fight, I think he said something similar where he just sort of thought, I'm done here, I'm done. And that's what I thought, but there's no quitting me. I mean, he like I say, he would have had to put me out for the fight to be over. There was no way I was ever going to tap and give into it.
When the fight ended, did you think you won?
Say that again.
When the fight ended, did you think you were getting the nod?
Yeah, I think I did enough. I thought I won the second, and I definitely knew. I knew I won the third. I even thought I deserved. I know the guillotine was very close, but to drop him twice in the third, I thought I could even have argued a 10-8. So I was confident. I looked in my corner, and I know they they would never know, be realistic with me. You know, if they felt like it was close or they felt like I lost, they would say to me, look, this is touch and go. And to just see that they were so confident, that sort of packed my confidence a little bit, you know. But people have got fucked by the judges before, so you know, you never know until Bruce officially announced it. But I was 90% confident that I'd done enough.
What do you remember after they announced that you had won? Bruce announced that you had won. The pop that you got. They're showing the fans with the Welsh flags and like. What do you remember from the post announcement of you winning?
It's just stuff that you dream of as a kid. You know, just scanning around the arena, and it was red Welsh jerseys and like red Jack Shaw t-shirt and flags. The amount of Welsh flags in there, there must have been over 100 Welsh flags, and just seeing the crowd going bonk. I mean, it wasn't even really like a full stadium at this point. There was still a couple of empty seats, but they were just going out. There was absolute chaos. There was drinks flying, and even then, like coming out of the cage and just seeing everyone going absolutely bonkers. You knew you was in the UK, like, because you know you don't necessarily see too much of that in the US, where there's a guy or a fight on the prelims that sort of gets that type of crowd pop and that type of crowd reaction. So it's stuff you dream of as a kid with these big arenas and fighting at home and being the hometown hero kind of thing. It's one I'll always remember.
I saw some of the post-event celebrations with Molly and Patty. How crazy was it on Saturday night?
Do you know what? It wasn't too bad. You know, Molly had a good party on. I think Paddy was me and Paddy wasn't quite on Molly's level. You know, she likes to she definitely won up us in the celebration front. But it was good. I mean, Chasing Status were at the party. Wayne Rooney was at the party. Like, all my friends were absolutely blown away. Like you know, we come from like a small little town in the Welsh Valleys, and I got a couple of Man United fans. Couple of my friends, Man United fans, and they were just absolutely baffled that Wayne Rooney. They were in the same room. They were in the same after party as Wayne Rooney. They were all
crazy.
Like, "Where's he to? Where's he to?" I have to go and get a photo. It was just crazy. Like, it didn't. Again, stuff that doesn't even seem real. Like, you know, we're used to going in a pub and there's just us lot in there, and all of a sudden now I've just fought in front of 20,000 people, and we're partying with Chasing Status and Wayne Rooney, and it was just a wild one, you know. But Molly definitely outdone us on the drinking point, that's for sure. She done me and Paddy quite easily.
I love that, like, Wayne is just like a regular guy there. He's going into the locker room like an absolute legend. You know, it's crazy. He seems like a very down-to-earth guy.
Yeah, literally, like, I didn't get a chance to speak to him personally, but I just seen him in, like, he was no security, you know, nothing. And he's obviously a superstar in the UK, Wayne, and he was just cutting about the place as if he was one of us, just your average guy. Like, that's what blew my mates' minds the most, I think. They couldn't quite understand, like, how Wayne Rooney's even allowed to be in the same sort of room as him. And if he did have any dodgy conversations off or some drunk Welsh boys, then I do apologise on their behalf, because no doubt they did a good job of chewing his ear off if they did manage to get near enough to him for a photo.
Chase that you mentioned, is that the DJ group there?
Yeah, Chasing Status.
Yeah, though I know one of those guys. We became friends online. I didn't realize that he was like this really big deal. I'm not as tuned into that world, and so they were back there too.
Yeah. So I think they're quite friendly. Excuse me, with my manager Graham, and I know they came. I know they watched me years ago. They tweeted about me years ago when I fought in Cage Warriors. So I know obviously they're MMA fans and stuff. And I'm just assuming that because they were at the event, they spoke to Graham and he was like, come along to the after party. But I managed to chat to them and stuff. They're two good guys, you know, really nice guys, and quality DJs as well.
Amazing. Apologies for not knowing this, but who you are referencing. But I saw on your Instagram you wrote that one was for Big Jack Evans. Legends never die. Who is Jack Evans?
So Big Jack is he's my father's best friend, and he's sort of one of the you could sort of call him like one of the original founders of my gym. Show MMA is obviously, it used to be Tulare Combat, and my father sort of trained at the gym, like a traditional martial arts gym, and he wanted to go off and do his own thing, and obviously we needed like a location to train up, we needed equipment and stuff like that, and Big Jack is like a local businessman, and he came on board, helped us sort of fund our first gym. He even owned a building at one point where he allowed us to train there for like 10 years. And, we kitted out for us, built extensions, probably sponsored 90% of the boys in the gym from their amateur career through to their pro career. And obviously, as I grew up in the gym and grew older, he became a really good friend of mine. And he unfortunately passed back before Christmas. Just suddenly, out of the blue, no sort of underlying health conditions or anything. And he was a massive MMA fan, massive UFC fan. And I know it for a fact, obviously, with it being in London, he would have been the front row watching and screaming and telling everybody how he knew me and telling everyone how, probably trying to bet all the other people in the crowd would have been his usual go-to, just trying to bet people and he couldn't do enough for you, and he was constantly singing my praises to everyone that he came into contact to. So to have sort of fight week and then fight night without him, this one has been a little bit tough, but it didn't feel the same. So I had his name on my gum shield, and it was just a little tribute to him. I know he'd have been watching down and proud, and I don't think he would have been happy with the result, but I don't think it would have been a fight that was any good for his nerves. I mean, he enjoys watching me go and dominate more. So a close one like that would have definitely spiked his heart rate. But yeah, legends never die. That's what we got in our gym. We got a poster of him, a big mural, and he'll be in there with us for everyone.
I'm sorry about that, but thank you for telling us about him, because I was wondering who he was and what he meant to you. Just amazing stuff, man. What a run you are on. What a story. And given your dad's influence on your career, and he's always fighting your battles online on Twitter. I say anything about you or remotely, he's right there's Richard Shore in the mentions. He's got your back. I love it. So 16-0 now. Are we going to take a big step up? What do we want? I mean, I feel like it's time that we, not a lot of guys are 16-0 in any weight class. I feel like it's time that we get some respect here and get some big names. What are you thinking?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I would like to think, there's a lot of people mentioning that I may possibly even get a ranking off the back of that fight. But if not, I mean, there's guys there like, even I think a Sun Sao and Ricky Simone are like 15 and 14. One of those two would be a great fight. I want to fight again very soon. June would be perfect. So if they're not, I'm not sure you'll probably know better than me, but if they're not booked up or if they look at the fight, I'd love to get on one of them two in June. That'd be ideal for me. I want to start climbing those rankings. I've worked very hard to get to 16-0 and to get where I am. I'm not the brashest of personalities or a trash talker, I know, but I do feel like my skills do a lot of talking for me. And I think Saturday showed that I'm capable of getting in there, mixing it with some of the best guys in the world. So either of those two would be a great fight for me, and good one for the fans as well.
Is there a part of you that feels like, okay, and you said it yourself, like you're not like Patty in terms of your personality or even Molly, but like your record stands alone. It speaks for itself. Is there a part of you that's like, okay, enough is like, I need to start getting a little more attention, a little more respect around this sport?
Yeah, well, look, it's not boxing. It's not easy to go 16-0 in MMA.
Yes.
And then there's that, 12-0 as an amateur. I mean, there's 28 fights, 28 straight wins. That's not an easy feat for anyone. So I think it is time now that I start getting mentioned with these bigger names. And I think a performance like that Saturday is what I needed, to show that when I'm in tough spots and the going gets tough a little bit, that I'm not going to be, this sort of guy who's, all right, he's had it all his own way. Now he's faced a bit of adversity. He just sort of rolls over and quits. I could have quite easily tapped or that could have been the end of the I could have lost a decision on points on the weekend, had I not made vital adjustments. So I feel like my skills should start talking for me now, and I deserve to be in there with some of the best in the world, and it's about time as Welsh had a ranked fighter again.
By the way, do you even remember what it's like to lose at anything?
I do, yeah, I do. I'm not a sore loser, but I do hate losing. And the last fight, I mean, I've lost like grappling matches and stuff like that, but the last sort of like competitive fight I lost was out in Sweden in 2013. It was an amateur boxing fight, and I felt like I won, but amateur boxing's like, and it just stung. I just remember thinking, I fucking hate this feeling. I hate losing. My all my uncles are competitive sportsmen, and my mother always calls them sore losers. So she always bred into me not to be a sore loser. But as my old man said, there's nothing wrong with hating the feeling of losing. Even if you got to suck it up and get on with it sometimes. So I do remember what it feels like, and there's nothing like a win. I'd much rather win than lose any day of the week, like money and stuff like that aside. Just the feeling in your heart when you lose it destroys me every time.
By the way, how many amateur boxing matches did you have?
5 amateurs.
Any pro?
No pro. My boxing trainer is a pro boxing coach, Gary Lockett, and I've done some sparring and stuff for the guys down there, but no pro. They're I'm one of these guys. I don't want to like try and downplay it. I understand how good these pro boxers are, and it'd be like me training the same discipline twice a day, 6 days a week. They're a different class, and there are obviously MMA athletes that can cross over, and I could probably jump in with a couple of journeymen at pro boxing and pick up a few wins. So who knows? Maybe in the future it'll be one for the bucket list. But no pro yet, and no goal lines of any pro fight for boxing just yet. Anyway.
Okay. And what's the Twitch stream name?
I think it's just Jack Shaw MMA. It's the same as my Instagram, my Twitter. I've been quiet the last couple of weeks also with camp, but I've got a bit more free time now, so I can geek it out for a couple of hours at a time. So I'll definitely be on there this week. I may even chuck it on my YouTube as well. I know there's my YouTube guy Joe's been telling me, YouTube's just a completely different game to what I thought it was. There's so much you can do on there now. So I may even stream on YouTube as well. But
what do you play?
I'll keep everyone updated. Warzone. We're back on the GTA wagon as well. Me and a couple of the boys are going old school with GTA. But we're not the best, man. Don't go on there with your hopes up thinking you're going to see some elite level gamer, because that's not what you're going to get. We're pretty shit if anything. But we like to go on there for a laugh, just to unwind a little bit from training.
Well, enjoy that. Enjoy the victory, my friend. 16 in a row as a pro, as you said, 12 as an amateur, an incredible feat. And what a fight. That's, I'm assuming not every fighter, you certainly don't want to get hit. You don't want to be put in tough spots like the guillotine, but those are the kinds of fights that get people really behind you and start falling in love with you. So I thought you should have won Fight of the Night. Hopefully you are rewarded for that. And hopefully we get to see you back in June. That would be lovely as well. A quick turnaround for you. So thank you very much, Jack. And again, congratulations on the win.
Thank you, Ariel. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Talk to you soon. There he is, Jack Tank Shore. And yes, I agree. He should be ranked. It's tough at 135. 135 is quite stacked. A lot of big names there. Sun Tzu, Marlon Moraes, who I suspect his days of being ranked might be coming to an end, taking off the gloves and whatnot. Those kinds of names. Sorry, just needed a bit of a water break. What happened there, Frank, by the way, with the music?
Yeah, we were...
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Did you see how... Could you hear how loud that was?
No, it was only in your headphones.
No, but like when I put the headphones up against...
Up against the mic, yeah.
That was super loud. It was like... And then it was like... Static. It was...
Some...
music,
right?
No, it wasn't. Here I am.
It got picked up on the radio wave into your headphone. It won't happen again.
Do you think that's what happened?
It came from another room. Yeah, we solved it.
Here I am trying to conduct an interview with Meatball Molly McCann, and there's music blaring in the headphones. Never happened before. That was a first.
Yeah, well, it's also the last.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Remember those words. I am so excited about our next guest, our next interview. Again, I had mixed emotions about this one because we like both of the fighters very much. But you guys, Arnold Allen, you know how I feel. I feel like we've been talking about him ever since the days of Luke Barnett telling me, you need to get Arnold Allen on your show. You need to start talking about this guy. And it was, one fight and then you don't see him for a year, and then another fight and then you don't see him for a year. And then he comes back against Dan Hooker, the supremely tough Dan Hooker. And he doesn't just win in the co-main event. He wins via TKO in the first round, standing TKO. I mean, he beast moded him. I can't even imagine the emotions, the feeling, the energy going through that body after that type of victory. It was a beautiful scene, and the crowd went insane. It was the last one before the Aspinall main event. And, you know, I have to say, extremely happy for him. It warmed my heart to see this guy who has now won 11 in a row, 11 in a row, 9 in a row in the UFC, start to get that attention finally, start to get that due finally. It was beautiful stuff, truly beautiful stuff. And so without further ado, let us say hello to AAA himself, Arnold Almighty Allen. There he is. Arnold.
You good?
I wish I could hug you right now, Arnold. I mean, it was an amazing thing. I can't even imagine. How are you feeling 2 days later?
I'm tired, man. I'm knackered.
You want to go to bed?
Yeah, I've just got that like little post-fight deflation thing going on. Like, you know, I'm just sort of wandering around aimlessly. My schedule's all out of whack. I'm eating bad food and I don't know what to do. So, yeah, no, I'm good though.
Where did that guy come from, Arnold? That was an incredible you hulked up there. I could see all the weight training. I could see big pace. I could see it all coming together, and that the muscles were popping out of you. Where was that? Where has that guy been?
Well, I don't know. It's just, I guess it's in the blood because my dad had that fight, did he? He had a few fights like that, and I just got hit, and I was like, you know what? This footwork thing ain't working. I'm gonna have to go forward. So, yeah, just got on him and he got busy.
What was the week like for you leading up with all the attention? It felt like a pay-per-view. You're in the co-main event. People are talking about you. You're fighting Dan Hooker. It was like, to me, it was the people's main event. Just the week leading up to the fight. What was it like?
It was nice. It's sort of like had so much more to do than usual. So it was like, kept me busy. I'm not just sort of sitting in my room watching crap TV all day. I was busy watching things, so it was good. I know, doing interviews and running around, doing media stuff. It's nice.
You enjoyed that?
Yeah, it helped the week sort of pass by a bit quicker, and you know, you're not thinking about what you're not eating and whatnot. So
you got to be around Dan a few times. I know you did like a sit down thing with BT. Did you enjoy? It seemed, you're not a trash talker type, but like just being so close to him leading up to the fight, your opponent, that's kind of new as well. Did you enjoy that stuff, or was it awkward?
I didn't dislike it, but I wouldn't say I enjoyed it. It was a bit strange. Like, but we're both kind of similar in that way. Like, he's not gonna say anything bad about me, and I'm not gonna say anything bad about him. So we both just sort of sat there, kind of semi-complimenting each other. Like, yeah. It was a bit awkward.
When you saw the way he looked on the scale, did you think, okay, this is better than I thought? He looks too, skinny. What was your takeaway, if any, from that?
Yeah, I wasn't sure he'd make weight, to be honest. But we the night before the morning of the weigh-in, we were sat in the sauna together, and he looked all right. He looked all right. I was like, okay, yeah, I think he will make weight, and he wasn't like struggling too much to make it. He didn't look, well, maybe he was putting on a brave face, but he didn't look like he was struggling too much. And I know. But I still think coming down is not the best decision for him. I feel like maybe even going up for him would be a good decision, you know?
Right. So you were actually in the sauna together?
Yeah.
Did you talk then too?
A little bit. Not much. Just like, like, I just asked if it's cool if I come in because, some people will be, they get a bit, but no, he was like, yeah, cool, come in. So it was fun.
Were you worried all week that maybe he doesn't make the weight and the fight might not happen? Like, was that a concern of yours?
A little bit. I did think, maybe, because I know he did the test cut, but it's doing a cut, like when you're not competing, is a bit different to doing a training camp because you have to change up your fuel in your body and all that stuff. So, but he's a professional, so he's always going to try his best.
So then we get to the fight, and you're in the back, you're getting ready. You're aware of what's going on, right? Like it just kept building, right? From the performance, it's like Mokaev and Paul Craig and Jack Shore, and then we get to Molly and Patty, and then you're like, do you feel that wave? Are you feeling that adrenaline? Is it like trickling down to you in the back?
I mean, it looked like it, but no, I don't think so. I didn't feel like that. I was obviously enjoying like watching the fights. My favorite was Molly. Like, she's so crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone loves fighting as much as her. Like, when you see her face, she's enjoying everything. You know, she gets hit, she's like, yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's awesome.
So when you're watching that, is it giving you inspiration? Are you saying, I want those celebrations? I want like, how are you internalizing it? Or are you just focused and it's just kind of there?
Yeah, I'm pretty bored. I'm just focused on what's going on my game plan and, you know, keeping everything I do to the plan. The plan was the first round to basically gauge my footwork against his range to see if I could take away his reach with my fast feet.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I was, but I wasn't able to hit him. So I was like, all right, well, I'm bouncing out the way, but I'm too far away to hit him. So then I kept getting crowded in the corner. And I thought, you know what? I have to just go forward here because I can't reach him. Yeah.
Man. Before I get to that like thought process, you did post something on your Instagram about how Faraz told your dad that he could be the head cornerman. First time for him?
Oh, that's a joke. No,
oh, it was a joke. I thought that was serious.
No.
I was like, wow.
Because that would be the game plan my dad would come up with, basically.
I thought he said you could lead the I don't know, you know, your dad's been around. Okay. You got me on that one.
Definitely not.
Okay. By the way, when was the last time you and Faraz were in the same like room prior to this week?
We were in Denny's in Vegas after I fought Sadiq Yusuf. Yeah.
Damn. So it had been over a year.
Just under.
Right. You got it because that was April, right? Yeah, April. But,
yeah.
So when you're training, is he watching you?
Yeah, I've been sending him like tons and tons of footage. Like every sparring, we speak every week, make sure sort of know what's going on, telling us what to drill, what to practice, and he's sending me sort of breakdowns of what Dan Hooker does and all these things. So it's been great.
So even despite the fact that you're not in the same room, you still feel comfortable with him kind of leading the way and being in your corner?
Yeah, 100%. He's for me, he's one of the best minds like in the sport. So just having him watch tape and give his feedback that's priceless.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then we get to the fight, and you can't touch him. He's too long, right? I mean, like you said, he could be a 170 pounder, let alone a 55 or 45. So is there a moment in your mind where you're just like, F it, I'm just going to go for it?
Yeah. So I was going to say this and do it on my YouTube channel, make it, but whatever. So
you could say both. You could say both of it. Both places. Okay.
So I don't know if it's like karate style or what, but I watched his tape. He punches like this sometimes, like thumb out, and I think he landed a straight like that, like in my eye, and everything went like blurry, and I couldn't really read the range. Everything was sort of double vision for a second. So I was thinking, hang on a minute, I'm not going to be able to do my sort of in and out footwork here because I can't see really where he is. So I just sort of pressure, and then I noticed I hurt him, and once I sort of got my faculties back and I could see a bit better, then I sort of stepped off again, and then I was like, hang on a minute, I know I can hurt him, so why not do it again,
Wow.
Yeah.
So you noticed that in your preparation for the fight. Have you ever fought someone that punches like that?
I don't know. No, but I've seen him do it. I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Okay.
I haven't seen it in slow motion. I'm pretty sure.
Which eye?
Makes sense, like the knuckle. This one, yeah.
Okay. How's it now?
Yeah, it hurts a bit, but it's. I'm gonna get it checked out in a few days. I think maybe just scratch or I don't know, something like that.
Okay. Were you panicking?
No. I just sort of had to change up the game plan.
You rocked him. He rocked you back. It was like it was no rocking. It was rock'em sock'em robots out there.
I saw it. We had a bet backstage with two of the coaches, Jack and my dad, said they were making a joke that he dropped me. Fraz said, no, I don't think you got dropped. and then we watched it back. I was like, ooh, I got dropped because I have no recollection of that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is amazing. Do you have recollection of the finish?
Yeah, of course.
Did you think the ref was going to jump in there? I saw, Izzy obviously biased, but he's like, it's a little early. I didn't think it was early. I thought it was a solid call. Were you surprised he jumped in? Did you think it was the right call? If you can say so unbiased, in an unbiased fashion.
Yeah, no, I think it's the right call. I can't really see how Izzy could think that was early. I mean, the man himself didn't complain, so
right.
That's the biggest tell for me. And all that's going to happen in that position where you're sort of curled up and there's more shots landed. So I don't know what Izzy's thinking.
He's probably just looking out for his friend, but I couldn't agree more. Did you say anything to Dan after the fight?
Yeah, I went to speak to shake his hand, but maybe a bit stupid because I get it. It's not cool. Like, you already feel terrible. All the sacrifice he's done. He's traveled across the world, and that's how it goes. It's gonna be a bit upset. So yeah, I went to see if he's okay. So I get it.
Yeah. The pop that you got, the reaction, that's probably the biggest that you've ever, even pre-pandemic and all that, right? Like that's.
Yeah.
What did that feel like for you? Because you're not the kind of, like, I don't think I'm breaking news to you. You're not exactly Patty, right? Who is, and Molly, like, you're not going to jump over and start going crazy. You enjoy that? Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. I like it, obviously. But, I mean, it's cool. It's cool. Them guys made it a party on the whole show. The whole event was crazy. So I fought on card. Me and Paddy fought on Cage Warriors cards when we were like kids. So we fought on the cards together for a long time. And he's a madman. I've watched him always. He's always having fun. Always a party whenever he's fighting. So those the Scousers know how to support their guys. It's a bit of a different demographic where I'm from.
Sure.
It's 99% old people. So I don't think none of those guys are going to come with their flags screaming or anything. So
no Ipswich flags in the crowd?
No, I don't think so.
For you, I've heard people say this, and I'm wondering if you agree. There are people who believe that you are the best British MMA fighter in the world right now, no, regardless of promotion, regardless of division. Do you agree with that statement?
No. I think Leon Edwards is the best, and having sparred with him, he's the best. Yeah, that man's a different level.
So you have sparred leading up to this fight. You guys sparred. I know you were training at his gym.
Yeah, we sparred a good few rounds, and it helped me a lot, like with like advice for the fight and stuff like that. So yeah, for me, he's the number one guy.
To get a finish like that, do you feel like a bit of a weight lifted off your shoulders?
Yeah, 100%. Because I say it every time. It's like old news every time. Like, I want the knockouts. It's like people think I don't want to knock people out, but yeah, I think it was the perfect fight to have that sort of finish and sort of step forward and get on someone, and not be worried necessarily about the wrestling, which he has wrestled in previous fights, but it wasn't my biggest concern.
Now that you're such a big superstar and you just won on a big card, are we done with the showers at the truck stop?
Never.
You're never gonna, even if you're a UFC champion, you'll still be showering at the truck. No sitting on the chair, but you'll still be at the truck stop taking a shower.
Yeah, and the meal deal thing as well. Right? I don't know. People seem to think it's because I had no money that I was eating meal deals. It's just because I love a deal.
I actually feel like we're on the verge of you getting a sponsorship with these guys because you're so associated with Tesco at this point.
Yeah, I know. Someone just sent me something. He emailed the executives reasons why they should do a deal with me.
Really?
I thought it was pretty fun. Yeah.
I feel like this is, when people, every time they talk about you, they talk about the meal deals, they talk about the showers. You're the everyman.
Yeah. I see other PT Sport, they were trying to make it the Jorge Masvidal 3-piece thing. With the
yes,
they're calling it the meal deal, the 3-piece meal deal or something.
Oh, I like that. That is clever. I like that. So afterwards, you called out Calvin Kattar. I spoke to his coach, Tyson Chartier, his manager as well. They like that fight. So it looks like you might have something on your hands here.
Yeah, someone was saying June, but June's definitely too soon for me, to be honest.
Okay. All right. Well, what is you call the shots?
You know, you call someone out. I'm used to just calling someone out, getting called out, and I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I didn't expect a date. You ain't supposed to come back.
Sure.
A quick date.
Okay. How about June 18th at this time? But one thing that, I think has maybe stunted your momentum is, obviously the injuries, but the time off in between the fights. how soon is realistic for you to return?
What are we thinking? Yeah, like August.
Okay.
No, this year. This year. Let's start small. This year.
Okay. 2 in a year.
This year at least.
It's been a long time since you had 2 in a year.
Yeah, and I think as well, the weird thing is obviously I haven't been the most active, but now being in that top 5 talk, those guys sort of tend to fight once, twice a year.
Sure.
It's kind of more common at that point. So it's like, well, what do you do now? But yeah, no, obviously I'm going to fight this year. And I've got a couple of little boo-boos on my hand, but it shouldn't be as bad as last time. So hopefully.
Yeah. I was going to ask you about that. How are your hands?
Yeah, I got a little, well, I haven't had it checked yet, but a little sprain on this one.
Okay.
And this one's a bit sore, but I don't think I broke it again, so it's good.
That was the one that was giving you troubles this past year?
Yeah. Had a couple of breaks, like 3 breaks. But it hurts, but I don't think it's broken again.
Okay. Is there a part of you that feels like you only like fighting once a year? Like, do you actually prefer to just fight once a year? It takes a lot out of you?
No, but it seems to be working.
Yeah.
It seems to be going well.
Right.
No, I definitely don't. You know, before I fought for the UFC, I think 1 year within 12 months, I fought 6 times. I mean, I do like being active, but it seems to be working out. And, you know, I think when I signed, I was probably out of my depth a little bit. So then having those sort of slow progressions and being forced to slow my roll a little bit kind of worked out well. But I feel like my skills now are kind of up there with the elite guys. So, well, yeah, after beating Dan Hooker, definitely.
For sure.
And yeah, you have to wait so much.
So I like the Calvin Kattar call out, if I may. I also think that Max Holloway makes a lot of sense for you if the timing doesn't. Like, I think if you like, they're obviously doing the title fight in April 9th. There should not be one more, like, if I could be your manager for a second, there should not be another, you should have one more fight and then you're fighting for the belt. If you win the next one, you should be fighting for the belt. None of this, like, 12 fight winning streak enough is enough already. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Especially if it's one of those guys, you know. Yeah, definitely.
I feel like Max is a possibility. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. I got offered the, while I was out injured, I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but I was offered like a injury replacement if one of those for his last got injured. But obviously I had to turn down that offer. But
for which one? For the title fight?
No, what's it called? Who's Max's last fight? Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, one of those. Oh, at the end of the last year.
That would well, I was still out for injury.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I would love that.
So I had to be. Yeah, that would be cool. It's a good fight.
So maybe this time next year, you're fighting for the belt.
That'd be cool. I'm cool with that.
Arnold, this is a big deal. This is big time stuff. We're almost there. Yeah. All these years.
Yeah, maybe I just stick to fight. We'll be the only champion that fights once a year or something.
That's right. I'm sure the UFC would love that. By the way, I love the T-shirt.
Thank
Arnold
you.
is numero uno. That is amazing. That's a nod to Arnold Schwarzenegger back in the day, right?
Yeah. So I don't know. So my first UFC fight, going back that far, there was no kits. There was no fight kit.
Right.
But it was short notice, and I came up with this idea that I wanted Arnold Schwarzenegger's shirt. So if you see it, I walked out in my first fight with the Arnold is numero uno shirt.
Oh, wow. And I didn't remember that.
Yeah. So the guys at Scramble, they were talking about getting me a shirt, like not a walkout shirt, but like my own sort of shirt for this fight. And I suggested that one. And obviously that's an easy design to make. So they were all over it.
Oh, it's brilliant. And it's on sale, right? Via your Instagram. There's a link up there.
Yeah. On it's Scramble Brands. Yeah.
Right. They sponsor you. They support you.
Yeah, they do. They had they have a Molly shirt as well. I think it just says, can I have a bevy lad or something like that.
Yes. I saw that. Do you think that you will go back to Montreal to train at TriStar, or now that you have this system down and it's working for you in England, despite the commute time, do you think you're going to just stay there?
Different fights, different sort of plan, obviously. But no, I'm going to definitely go back to TriStar. I was speaking with Fraz. We're going to get back over there.
Okay.
Work things out. And it seems things are getting a bit more normal in Canada now by the sound of it. So
Yeah. It's all, I mean, come April 1st, everything's done.
yeah, that's it. So yeah, no reason why not.
Do you think you're going to move back there? Because you were living there, right?
Yeah. Well, because obviously my girlfriend and her family are all there. We kind of just decided between us we're going to be like there back our whole life, really. So here and there.
Oh, so she's. When's the last time you saw her?
She's here.
Oh,
she's
she is
in
here.
England, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you were living together. Okay, but her family is back there.
Yeah, exactly.
Does she go to the fights?
Yeah, she goes to the fight.
What
First
about
one in the UK? She said it's a bit better than the one in Vegas.
Yeah, I mean the crowd. What about your mom? Was she there?
Yeah.
Any fights? Any fights for her in the stands?
Oh no, she's no fights. But I think she was. I don't know if she was drinking, but she was. She grabbed me when I was walking out. She was like, "Oh no!" I'm like, "What?" I turned around. She's grabbed me. Yeah. She's shoving people out of the way. All sorts.
This is as you were leaving the cage or going to the cage?
Yeah, as I was walking back to the backstage. Yeah.
Oh, amazing. Were people giving you drinks too when you were walking back?
Yeah, I had someone's drink. I was drinking a beer. I was down in someone's beer.
Man, you guys are crazy with that, sharing those drinks. I mean, it's a lot of germs.
Nah, mate, if you could shower the trucks up, you could drink someone's beer.
That is true. That is a good point. That is a good point. And are you back home now?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah.
How far where you live is in from London?
It's about an hour and a half.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now when you're out and about, like I'm sure you went to Tim Hortons, maybe you getting recognized? You getting a lot of love?
No. Like I say, like everyone in my town is like there's like a daytime crowd in my town. So obviously after fight week, I'm just kind of bumming around doing nothing. If I walk around in the town in the day, they're all like old age pensioners. You know, like everyone is like over 70. Yeah. And it's like, as soon as the school hours, like the schools finish, all these old people disappear and then there's kids everywhere. It's just like a ghost town for about half an hour and then there's loads of kids everywhere.
I love it.
It's funny.
For some reason, that's just like the perfect place for you to live. I don't know why, but I just feel like it's perfect. It's amazing.
Yeah. I think the old people here, they hate me because I've had like such like stupid cars with like loud exhaust. You drive down the street, they all like shake their head at you. Yeah.
Amazing. Man, I was so happy for you. Honestly, it was really an amazing thing to see you, and now to see you finally come together as a contender and to put it all together. I mean, that to see that aggression from you and like the back. Did you see your back muscles? I mean, it was incredible. The back muscles were just like popping out. I was thinking of your dad. I was like, wow, you saw it. Yeah. I saw you with the T-shirt the 25 times. I was like, geez, Arnold, this was impressive stuff. You were hulking up. You were truly hulking up.
Yeah, you know what? So what I did last time when I fought, I know I said this before. I fought the fight day. I weighed, because they weigh you on fight day. I weighed 153 pounds, which is over 10 pounds lighter than what I should fight at. That's just because I messed up the weight cut. I messed up the rehydration. Just a stupid mistake, basically. And this time I was like 165 when they weighed me. So
wow,
I felt sort of full of energy, sort of full of. Yeah, I felt strong. Man,
I wonder what he was. Any idea?
No, I don't know. Probably the same. I think he posted something saying he cut from 160, 161, so probably a bit heavier than me, I think.
Wow. You think he goes back to 55 now?
I think he should.
Yeah.
I think he should. There's still, obviously, there is good fights for him at featherweight, but I don't know how much of a toll it takes on him to get down there.
Do you have a preference who wins between Volkanovski and Zombie? You're right there.
No, not really. No, not a preference. It was looking like we were going to get the Korean Zombie fight before this fight.
Yeah.
I think maybe if we didn't get called up for the title, we would have probably got it. But so I mean that'd be cool. But no, I'd probably rather Volkanovski win, I think.
Any reason for that?
No.
Okay.
No.
I thought maybe
there isn't.
Zombie wins. You fight him for the belt. You wanted to fight him. I thought you would say Zombie.
Yeah, that would make sense. I don't really. I like both of them really.
Yeah, you can't be bothered.
I like that.
And now what are you doing this week? Like, how are you going to, spend the time, detox, chill out?
Fraz has put me on a couple week training ban because of my injuries and
okay.
But I do hurt, to be fair. But I might drive up to Scotland. And see some castles or something.
Cool. All right. Do you do that often?
Oh,
okay.
No, I don't. I've been there a few times, but not drive. I was thinking about flying, but no, I don't want to fly. So I'm just going to drive.
How long is that?
About 8 hours from home.
Wow. Okay. Well, you're an expert driver now. You're driving like 6 hours a day.
King of the road. I know where the showers are.
You do.
All that stuff.
What a legend. Arnold, congratulations. Well done, my friend. And I hope we get to see you again this year. We don't have to wait a whole other year to see you. And then after that one, it's title shot, baby.
Sounds good to me. Sounds good.
Thank you as always, Arnold. Appreciate you coming on. All the best.
Thank you, and you, mate.
All right, there he is, Arnold Allen. How could you not love Arnold Allen? One of the good guys in the game. Big win. Has now won, like I said, 11 in a row. Golly. We talk about the UFC winning streak, and it is significant. 9 in a row in the UFC, which is incredible. Against tough competition, too. I mean, again, the Sadiq Youssef win, that has aged very nicely. Has it not? Sadiq Youssef with the big win over Alex Caceres. Prior to that, Nick Lentz. Prior to that, Gilbert Melendez. Prior to that, Jordan Rinaldi. Prior to that, Mads Burnell, who's doing some nice things in Bellator. That was his last finish, 2018, the card in Liverpool. Prior to that, Makwan Amir Khani, who had a big win on Saturday. Tough spot for Makwan on Saturday because everyone in the arena was rooting for Grundy. It was an emotional fight and story because of his father. Yatsin Meza, Alan Omer. So this was just his third finish in the UFC. He's had some finishes before in terms of TKOs back in the day. The last TKO win for him, 2014 in Tyne and Ware, England, wherever that is. M4TC15. And only has one loss. And that was back in 2014 in Cage Warriors. Been fighting since 2012. What a run. What a story. And he should be ranked. And he should get a big fight next. So beautiful stuff. Like I said at the top of the show, Tom Aspinall, who won in the main event. Can we get that clip one more time? I mean, I love it. I can't stop singing it. Tommy Aspinall, la 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 la. There it is. This was taken by his best friend of 25 years, Alex Keeley. Alex was leaving the arena and sees this scene. Imagine people singing a song about your friend, your best friend of 25 years, after he just won at the O2, biggest gate ever in the history of the arena. Tommy Aspinall, la la la. They're jumping on police cars. I mean, if that's not absolute scenes, I don't know what is. So we'll talk to him about that as well as others on Wednesday. But Saturday, like I said at the top of the show last Wednesday, for us at MMA Fighting wasn't just about UFC London. It was also about Celtic Gladiator 31. And it was perfect because once the event ended on Saturday night, did my post-fight duties, had a little meal, and then I was locked in. So locked in, by the way, that when I found out, and I'm not trying to give myself the old Barry Horowitz here, but the word got out that there was going to be no way to watch this event live at the Commerce Casino in beautiful, exotic Commerce, California. I was not going to take no for an answer. And so I made multiple calls, multiple texts, and in the end, we actually had 2 streams going. We had our old pal Mark Ramundi streaming it. We also had the actual Celtic Gladiator Instagram page streaming it. There was going to be no way in hell that this particular fight was going to happen and we wouldn't be able to watch it live. And so I'm very excited. I'm very happy in the moment. I'm like, wow, it happened. We're locked in. Even my wife, my dear wife, Jacqueline, who never watches fights with me because I'm always up in my room, she wanted to watch it. We watched it together on Instagram Live. What was the fight? It was the highly anticipated amateur debut of our old pal, Casey Leydon, who, again, as I told you on Wednesday, traveled the world with pick any video, at least ones that I was a part of, and the vast majority of them from 2009 to 2018, and then even afterwards, pick any of them, all the interviews that we did, all the walk and talks, pick any of them, he shot them. Not only did he shoot them, he edited them. And he told us the story on Wednesday about, he's training and then the pandemic, and then he ups the training, wimp to warrior, now known as Alta. He decides to take this fight. And at 44 years young, on Saturday, he made that walk and he won his amateur MMA debut. It was beautiful stuff. It was emotional stuff. It was inspiring stuff. And so there was only one way to end the interview portion of today's show. We had all the stars from UFC London. You saw them all, but we had to have Casey on to talk about the big win. Now 1-0 as an MMA fighter. Wow, look at this guy. 1-0, undefeated, undisputed. Casey.
Stop.
Wow. How does it feel? How does the Monday after feeling feel?
Just listening to all these awesome fighters talk about their experience a couple of days ago. It was weird. I think Arnold Allen said it, like I don't know what to do with myself. You just kind of have this. It's a big dump. It's a giant emotional dump afterwards for sure. And Sunday morning when I woke up, it was the first time in good 6 months at least. I kind of rolled over. I told Esther, I was like, I just want to sit in bed all day and just look at my phone. I don't want to do anything. I was like. And Monday, and even this morning, it was the first day in 6 months. I wasn't at the gym, waking up at 5 o'clock. I didn't wake up to 8 o'clock today. It was just, I don't know. It's just for the last 6 months, everything was like the world ends. The world ends on the 19th, and I'll worry about the 20th later. And I'm kind of there now. So yeah, I'm just kind of lost a little bit. I'm like, all right, what's next? But I'm also super tired and just emotionally exhausted. The emotionally exhausted part, I wasn't really prepared for, honestly. I figured my body would be tired, but my head, I'm just like, it's wild. It is a wild ride.
I would imagine as you're listening to some of these fighters, and for the rest of time, if you never do this again, and we'll get to if you'll do it again in a bit, but now their words resonate with you differently than they would with me. Like, you can now associate and understand where they're coming from. Not only the Arnold Allen stuff, but just talking about the emotion and the ups and now your perspective on the sport has completely changed forever.
It has 100%. And it's just I just kept I'm working today, so I'm watching all the interviews and pulling clips and things like that. And when Molly McCann said, she goes, I think she was referencing Frankie Edgar, and talking about something. She's like, it's just hard work. It's just hard work. And I was like, yeah, that's what it is. And I felt that. I was like, that's all. After the fight, that's all I kept thinking. I was like, man, I'm so glad I put that hard work in. I'm so glad. I was like, every workout, every swimming session, every weightlifting session, every extra roll I did, every sparring round, I felt mattered, and it's like, it was, and I knew it was hard at the time, but I was like, this is going to pay off. It's going to pay off. And I felt that way. It was just like hard work. And you hear fighters say that all the time, you just got to work hard. And I felt that.
So we spoke on Wednesday, weigh-ins were Friday. Could you tell, what is Thursday and then Friday morning like for you? What are you doing? Do you have to cut any weight? We talked about, how are you getting ready then? Once it's really starting to get, to Saturday.
Actually, luckily, I didn't have to really cut weight. I think I mentioned before, originally when I came into this, I wanted to fight at 160, 165, but within the group I could compete against, the guy I want to go against, Fritz, he was already weighing like 185, and he couldn't cut that low. So we kind of agreed to like 175. Kind of officially it was a middleweight fight, but we kind of did a gentleman's agreement. It would be like 175. So I had to like actually kind of the day of the morning of the weigh-ins, Friday morning, I drank like a big smoothie. Esther made me like a big sandwich, like a breakfast meal. And I actually had to gain a little weight for the weigh-ins because I didn't want the commission to be kind of, you guys are too far apart and stuff. So it was actually kind of different for me in that sense. And on actual fight night, I actually weighed less on fight night than I did for my weigh-in. Yeah. And I know my opponent weighed, he definitely cut weight because I could tell he was kind of suffering during the weigh-ins.
Wow.
I think he did his first weight cut. So he was like, oh, let's get this going.
So how much did you weigh on fight night?
I didn't have the weight cutting experience,
right?
At least,
fair.
For this fight, yeah.
How much did you weigh on fight night?
Probably like 168, 169. He probably, I think, around over. He's usually over 180.
Wow.
So it was God, my Siri came on. It was just but I didn't feel that way. I didn't care about the weight, honestly. I was more worried about the commission, kind of worrying that our weights were going to be too far apart. Right. That's all I was worried about.
You have shot hundreds of weigh-ins before. To be the guy stepping on the scale, shirt off, posing, all that. Like, what was that like for you?
Honestly, silly. I felt kind of like everything I was doing. I was like, in my mind, I was like, wait, this is what fighters do, right? They do this. Like, it was just a lot of like, I just felt like I was playing a role. Like, I don't know what I was supposed to do, but I knew I had to do something because people were watching. I don't know. You had a fighter on earlier talking about it's still a show. Paul Craig, I think. You still got to give the fans what they want. So I don't know. I did like 3 or 4 poses, and I kind of ran out of ideas. And I was just like, I just kind of waved and stuff, things like that. It was all just weird. Everything felt very surreal. I felt like even though I was there, I almost felt like I was watching myself because I know this is going out there. So it was just weird. Everything was weird.
What was Friday night / Saturday morning like? Like, you're going to bed for the last time before the fight. You wake up and it's like, oh my God, that date that I've been thinking about forever. Are you nervous? Are you anxious? Are you unable to sleep?
I didn't sleep well. I was just more worried about getting, like, I worked out Friday night, not a hard workout, but my coach came over, worked out Friday night. And then I worked out again Saturday morning and just going over about 45 minutes of drilling again. I wasn't nervous, honestly. I was actually just like, I was ready. Let's go. Honestly, I was more concerned about taking care of Esther. And because I know it was like, I think she was starting to feel it now. Because now I'm at the point like, all right, I'm doing this, I'm on the roller coaster. We're going up the big hump, the big hill and stuff. But Esther, she just has to watch and so I was just kind of like, it's good, we're good. I was like, and I was just trying. I was kind of worried about my friends and stuff, and just because like I was like, oh man, my friends are now kind of stressing because like, oh, I'm getting in a fight, and so it was like I was kind of splitting my attention between them and just me. Just all right, let's do things. But I didn't want to get over bogged down and like just gas out mentally, 6 hours from the fight.
How far is Commerce from where you live?
It's about a 45-minute drive.
What was the drive like?
The drive was funny because Esther drove. I was like, am I supposed to drive? Like, do fighters drive themselves or does someone else drive? I was like, I don't know how this works. So I was like, why don't you drive, Esther? And she drove, and my coach is in the back seat. And so when we're driving there, the UFC London card's happening, and what were we about? It was around the Paddy Pimblett was walking out and stuff. So my coach is like watching on his phone, and he's like, playing through his speakers. And I kind of had to kind of politely tell him, it was like, I didn't want to think about other fights. Yeah. I didn't want to. I thought maybe I would have in my mind. I was like, maybe I want to watch other fights on the way there. I didn't. I didn't want to think about anything else. So I didn't even know about any of the results till after the card.
Wow.
Because at first I was like, did Patty win? I was like, oh, cool. But then I was like, oh, I want to see the Hooker Allen fight.
Yeah,
I was like, no, I'll worry about that later. Yeah. So that was mostly the drive. Yeah. Just me not thinking about, because I mean, I'm a fight fan. I want to see fights, but I was like, nah, I don't know. It was just like, it felt weird thinking about other fights.
Before I ask you about getting to the arena, just curious, in the build-up, and especially, I felt like in the last few days, this became a reality for a lot of people who knew you. You posted that picture of DC. I don't know if he reached out to you. He told me he was going to reach out to you. But I saw a lot of fighters who were, supporting you, sending you nice messages. Even on the stream, it was funny to see like Cub Swanson there and Cyborg and stuff. Did anyone reach out to you that really touched you, that really made you like, wow, like I can't believe that, a lot of people in this sport. I saw Brandon Gibson obviously write something very nice.
Yeah.
Anything in particular? And I know you don't, it's like picking your favorite child. You don't want to, but is there anything that really like kind of hit you?
Marlus Kunin wrote me a nice message privately. Wow. And I mean, I'll share it. It's not a big deal. But she basically told me, she's like, I know you're getting lots of advice and stuff, but I'm gonna give you one more thing. And I liked it a lot. She said, don't worry about the W. Don't think about that. Just give it everything you got. If you give it everything you got, you'll be fine. You won't have any regrets. And I was just like, I thought of that a lot. I was like, okay, just that's and it was a good reminder. I was like, okay, that's it. And that's what I was going to be happy with. No matter what happens, I was like, as long as I go out there and just give everything I feel I can, emotionally, physically, I don't know, everything. I was like, I was going to be okay with it. And that was my one big stress the whole kind of fight week is, I would somehow go out there and I would just forget how to fight. It was almost like a nightmare situation. I would just forget everything. And that was that big kind of stress in my mind the whole time. And Marlus said, just go out there and just give it all. I was like, thank you. And I've known Marlus for a long time. I knew her from the Strikeforce days. I've done videos like the video I'm doing on myself with my friends and other filmmakers I know filming me. Like I did that on Marlus. I followed her backstage. I've helped her for a weight cut. Right before she walks out the cage, right in the cage, after the cage. So like it was nice. It was yeah. I got lots of good advice, but Marlus has stuck out a lot.
What a legend. Second Marlus Kunin reference of today's program. Yeah. Very rare. Amazing. By the way, I was wondering about that because you have been privy to so many intimate moments for fighters over the years. Did you remember anything or channel anything from someone that you saw that you were covering, that you were shooting, and now apply to your own self as you were about to fight? Did that ever come up?
Yeah, a little bit in a funny way. So like, I'm backstage a lot with fighters, and everyone's got their kind of some different rituals or something. Some are like, they go really hard on the pad. Some just stretch a little bit and then you just go out and fight. So, my coach knows me well. I'm a real slow starter. It takes me, I'm one of those I feel it takes like 45 minutes for me to get going just in normal training. But, so we're warming up before the fight. I still have probably like 30 minutes before I walk. And I just kind of, me and my partner are drilling a little bit. I told him I'm going to sit down for a bit. I just kind of sit down in the corner. I look down, I do this, I'm just like taking deep breaths, and my coaches are like, hey, Casey, you all right? I was just like, oh, sorry, I don't know. This is what fighters do. I was just serious. Like, this is like, aren't you supposed to kind of just get, locked in and stuff? So, and I was just like, I was like, I don't, and they were like, oh, okay. Oh, all right, we'll leave you alone. And I was just kind of doing it for a while by myself. And I was like, I'm good. I don't know. I'm just playing scenes that I've shot before. Like, well, this is what people who really know what they're doing do. So let me try it. And it was just weird. Like, I was like, it was just, everything was weird. I'm gonna probably say that a lot today. It was just weird. Yeah.
Were you nervous in the back?
No, I wasn't nervous. I wasn't nervous. Yeah, because nervous is not quite the right word. I wasn't scared. I was just what is the word I'm looking for? I like it's new emotions. Honestly, it's new emotions because I just didn't know what was going to happen. That's all. I just didn't know what was going to happen, and I had that kind of feeling. It's like I could go out there, get knocked out fast. I can knock him out fast. That's the plan. But as soon as I kind of think happy thoughts in my head, I go, ooh, but that could go the other way. Because the way the locker rooms were, it was just like a thin curtain between both locker rooms. So every once in a while, the curtain opened up and I could see Fritz on the other side, like doing spin kicks and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, ooh, okay. All right. I guess I better do something too. I'm just sitting here, it's just so, I'm trying to be sportsmanlike. I'm not trying to peek over or anything, just like, yeah, so nervous wasn't the question, wasn't the issue. It was really not having a big adrenaline dump. That's what my coaches were worried about, because my coaches worked with lots of amateur fighters and stuff.
Right.
And so he's like, you're gonna have that dump. You're gonna have that dump. It's just like when you have it, yeah. And that's why I was like, oh crap, it's coming. And it did come eventually.
By the way, how long were you in the back for? Like how long? From when you arrived to when you fought?
I checked. I got to the arena, to the venue about 3:30, and I walked out about 7:45.
Oh, damn! All right.
So that's how long I was there. But it flew by.
Okay.
It wasn't. Actually, my big concern was like as soon as we got in the car and started driving. I was like, oh, I forgot my headphones. I was like, because I always see fighters, just listening to music and stuff, doing their own thing. And I was like, oh, it's like, I'm gonna lose. I don't have headphones. I was just kind of like tricking myself or something. I don't know. And but sure enough, when I was there, I was like, oh, it was fine. It wasn't like I needed to listen to music. I was like, I was just making up anxiety, making up problems.
Right,
I guess.
Which walkout song did you choose?
Yeah. I wind up choosing this band called Converge. They've been like one of my favorite metal bands
you,
for
right?
years.
Or they tweeted about
Yeah. They tweeted me and stuff. They were and they used to the guy in the band, he has a record label, and they've actually sponsored MMA fighters. The singer is an actual he used to be at least a certified MMA judge in Boston, in Massachusetts. And so they're just big MMA fans too. And we know them. They know Esther more than me. But they were super excited. So they tweeted at me a couple of times and stuff. So I did walk out to them. And I'm happy I did too, because it's a pretty heavy, like rah, 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 really aggressive song. And I was worried. I wasn't sure if I needed that. And I felt I did.
Okay. At what point do you realize that Frank Trigg is your referee? Because it could have been like any Joe Schmo, It's Frank freaking Trigg, fought for a UFC title. We've interviewed him. You've shot me talking to.
I know, yeah.
Insane.
It was, so they didn't, I didn't actually know who my ref was. I knew he was one of the refs. And I didn't realize it was, honestly, I didn't even think about who my ref was till I was in the cage. And then Frank Trigg comes up to me, does the whole, the rules, blah, blah, you have any questions? And I'm like, all I was thinking, I was like, dude, you're Frank Trigg.
Yeah, I know.
I was like, don't say that, Casey. Right. Don't, you're in a fight. Don't go. It was like, yeah, you're Frank Trigg. But as soon as he kind of walked away, I was like, then I saw my opponent. Then I was like, okay, put your mean face on.
Yeah.
It was. I was happy it was Frank Trigg because I felt of all the refs, he's the guy that would in amateur fights. A lot of times I feel like fights get stopped pretty early.
Right.
Because they're amateur fights, but I think Frank had a good amount of respect for me and Fritz, and was gonna let us fight.
Right. So you get rocked early. How bad was it?
Oh, that was so. Oh man. If I didn't watch the video, I would have no idea. Honestly, kind of how the fight was, because everything was a freaking blur. Like I couldn't, if I didn't watch the video. So like watching the video, I scared the crap out of all my friends. I mean, I watched the video and it kind of scared me how hard I got hit. Honestly, it was loud, and but it didn't hurt. It honestly didn't hurt. Like I had like a bruise on my head, but nothing hurt. It was weird. Like I felt zero pain, but I clearly knew that I did something stupid, and I made it. I made the freaking mistake I was not supposed to make, and I made it within the first 10 seconds. Is that every time I've gotten hit from, for instance, sparring, it's always been the same thing. I just move my head back in the line, center line, and I get hit. And I did that same thing. Like he jabbed, I slipped, but I didn't counter. I slipped and moved right back into the center line. And I'm just like, hey, what's up? And boom, he hit me. I didn't even see it. And then I apparently I not grabbed the cage, but I had to kind of hold myself in the cage. And then, but that's what I guess I needed, because like, oh, it's a fight. Now we're fighting. And after that, like I was just in fight mode. And it didn't hurt, but obviously it hit me, and it rocked me. But I didn't feel hurt. I didn't feel dizzy or anything. But I'm not used to this, because this is the hardest. I think this is the hardest I've ever been hit. And so I wasn't 100% sure. And this is kind of the maybe me being very self-conscious in the fight and knowing that other people are watching. I honestly had no idea if I was really wrestling, because you've seen fighters when the fight gets stopped and they're grabbing the ref's leg or something. I kind of, for a moment, I thought I was doing that. I was like, but I knew what I was doing, but I was also doubting myself, because I knew I got hit, and I was kind of like, at the same time, I was kind of pissed at myself for like, God dang, I got hit, but I was also doing my thing. It's a lot of like weird emotions, and like 1,000 emotions going on within like 2 seconds. It was, I'm kind of rambling a bit, but this is kind of, it was wild. But
that's probably the only time that he really hit you hard, right? Like that was like the only one. I mean, from what I saw.
that was the one shot. He hit me hard, and but it's so funny, because it was a bit of a worst case outside of being knocked out. It was the worst case scenario for me. Well, everything we planned on making sure it doesn't happen happened, because I came in very confident, but I knew the first 15 seconds, 30 seconds could be very bad for me, especially because it's I've never fought in this cage before. I've never fought with lights. I never fought with like a crowd. So, and I always start slow, even in our sparring rounds. If we did 5 rounds, he would almost always win the first round, I feel. Or just in general, just any of my sparring rounds, I just don't do well in the first round. And sure enough, it's like, oh, it's happening. Not now. And I was just like, it was nothing, like I said, nothing hurt, but I was just like I was already mad at myself.
Yeah. Could you hear your your corner because of the crowd?
No, I couldn't hear anything.
Right.
I couldn't hear anything until it started slowing down, and I was really starting to get control and get control of him on top when I had mount, and I was trying to push his arms over and push his arms over so I can get clearer shots. No, I couldn't hear anything. I was so disoriented inside. I had zero clue like which way was what. It's really weird. Like I was just in this big, I don't know. I didn't know which way was where, honestly, when I was in there.
Like we're showing this clip right now, perfect timing. And it's after one of the rounds, and like you get up and you look pretty tired. What is going through your mind? Like you're on the ground, you're in mount, round is over, and you're like, and you got to walk over to the court, like that experience right there, and you're sitting down, you have a minute to gather yourself. Like, can you even verbalize what is going on in your mind?
Those were the only moments in the fight, because I'm not fighting. I was scared. I was nervous. I was scared right then. Those were the moments, because I knew eventually when the fight started again, that's when that as always, those first 10 seconds, I felt like that was the chance I was going to get hit hard, because I can't really gauge his range yet. I feel like, because he's longer than me. So, and I'm just bad of longer guys, I feel like. So I was like, crap, I have to go out there and kind of do this again. It's like, if it was one, 10-minute round, I would 6 minutes. Yeah. And they're short rounds. So like we restart a lot. And so everything's fast. I don't have time to kind of like if I had mount and I had time to kind of position myself, like hold his arms down, but I was always just constantly worried, because the coaches always said, like, dude, these are amateur fights are sprints. They're sprints. You remember that? They're not like you don't have to have the greatest cardio in amateur fights. Honestly, they're just sprints. And I feel like I'm a very cardio heavy fighter. So I'm like, this is already to my advantage. So every time I walked out there, I knew Fritz would, his energy level will be coming back up, and then like everything that first 10 seconds is going to be heavy. And I was just stressed that first 10 seconds of every round.
What is
that's what I'm worried about. So I'm just like get my breath back. My coach said something. I don't know. He was saying something that made sense at the time, and I heard it, but I don't know if I actually listened to him.
It's an amazing thing because you'll never. We see those moments all the time of a guy going back to the corner and we'll critique the corner. Like you'll never watch those moments the same again. You'll always put yourself back in you can literally put yourself in their shoes. They're not wearing shoes, in their gloves. What is your favorite moment or sequence? You've watched it, right? You watched the whole thing?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What are you most proud of from the fight?
I'm most proud of when I got hit, actually, and how I took it and immediately shot in with technique, not desperate shot in. I was kind of happy of my tenacity, getting those takedowns and taking shots when he was kind of, hammer fisting me when I was grabbing for his leg, that I changed. I went from a single to a double. Then I think I just lassoed his legs, which is what we train for. Like this technique, that's exactly what we train for. And then I was satisfied with my top control and my side mount, my side control. I was satisfied with my side control because I get kind of loose on that, but I've worked really hard with my coach and just doing things and not thinking about it. Because once that's one thing I learned big time, and I've kind of heard this before. Like you can't think in there. I had just zero time to think about anything. Like watching it again. I was like, oh, like the arm bar was there. But like I remember seeing the arm bar, but also going, ooh, the arm bar is there. Okay, now this is when I turn my hip, put this leg over, and once you start thinking that, like it's gone. Like I'm already 3 moves. It's 3 moves away. So I was happy with my tenacity, chaining my takedowns and my side control. That's what I was happy with the most.
Great photo of when they announced that you had won and you have your hands up. Like, what does that feel like?
I thought the hand raise would be like, I kind of they're like visualize the fight. So I thought when I got my hand raised, I'd be like, yeah, I won. But I was just like, oh, it's over. I was just like, it's over. Like, yay, I won. And like, I was just very kind of self-conscious, I guess, or something. And I was happy I won. I was really happy I got a 30-27, honestly, because I didn't think like I said, like everything was a blur. I wasn't sure. Like out of the second round, I asked my coach, "Is like, am I up? Am I losing the fight? I don't know." Because I thought I wasn't even sure. I thought I lost the first round. I thought I lost the first round, and I wasn't absolutely sure how the second round went. Even though everyone was like, "Dude, like you were on top," and like almost, if that round was longer, you could have finished him. But like in my mind, I didn't feel that way. I was like, I wasn't 100% sure I was even up 2 rounds. So I was like, do I have to go out and just like throw haymakers in the third round? I didn't know. And coach was like, you're good. You're like, just do your thing, do it. Stick to the game plan. Be smart. Hands up, elbows in. So I got my hand raised. I was just like, it's over. That's all I was thinking, honestly. I was really surprised. I got a post-fight interview because
that was awesome.
Maybe it's just who I am. Yeah, maybe just who I am. Like I honestly thought this was one of those fights where, we have a boring UFC fight. They just go straight to the next fight. I felt it was one of those fights like, oh, they don't interview decisions, especially like that. That's what I felt like. It was just, everything was just like, oh, I did that wrong. I was immediately critiquing myself, as soon as the fight ended.
All the damn publicity that you brought those guys, they better freaking interview afterwards. By the way, what would have helped you out, knowing if you were up or down, what would have helped out? Open freaking scoring. Now right? What do you think? Now that this is it.
Of course. Oh, dude, I'm on team open scoring. I've been that the whole time.
But now that you've experienced it, wouldn't it have been nice to know that you were up?
it would have been interesting. It would be obviously it would have been nice. Yeah, it would have been great to know. I would love to know the score out when I was up, because my coach actually, he didn't hear when I said that, because it was just like, I was like, am I up? And then he kind of, and the commission guys are like, everyone out of the cage. I'm like, am I winning? I'm like, oh crap, I don't know. So no, I honestly, I wish I could have known the score, but at the same time, it honestly didn't matter too, because I still had to go out there and fight. But I think for my coaches, it would have been nice if the rounds were low. It turns out, looking back on it, the rounds weren't as close as I thought they were. But in my mind, I was like, this is up for grabs,
30 to 27. I mean, you fancy yourself an expert, round score. There had to have been at least 1-10-8 in there. I thought it was 10-8.
Well, yeah. When I rewatched it,
how would you score it?
I think 30-26 at least. 30-26 at least.
Yeah.
You could have given me 10-8s. Not due to damage, but just for positional dominance and duration.
What's it like when you get to the back?
Before the back, actually, this is the best part of the night. Everyone, I've had a few people ask me, was it fun? But the best part, without a doubt, and this is something I completely wasn't expecting, was right when I stepped out of the cage. Because why I didn't like the hand raise? Well, not why I didn't like the hand raise. Why the hand raise was kind of like whatever, is because you're still by yourself. It's just you.
Yeah.
And I never felt like this was just me thing. And so it wasn't until I left the cage that I really got to embrace my coaches, and then all my friends that were there that I knew were coming, but I just hadn't thought about it in hours, So I forgot they were there. Honestly, I forgot any of my friends were even there. So as soon as I get out, I just see my friends. There was a bunch of fighters there that I was like, oh crap, Clay Guida, hey, what's up? Hi, things like that, And I saw a bunch of fighters. Angela Hill was there. They were all wearing these fake mustaches, and I was like, whoa, you guys have costumes. Like, I had no idea that was going on. So it just felt so awesome, because a moment ago in a hand raise, I was just I knew I had a little bit of, mini MMA Twitter celebrity status for, a night. So I was like, oh, Casey won, but it was a boring decision. That's why honestly, I was thinking that way. God. And they were just like, yeah, you did it, man. Yeah. You did it. Congrats. I was like, I did. What? It didn't hit me, and then it's just all my friends were just like, yeah. And I was like, oh my God, you're here. Oh, I forgot. And friends I hadn't seen in a while, because of pandemic, and just things, I just haven't seen friends in a while. So they were there, and I was like, oh crap, what's up? And look, and it was that scene, and I felt like I was living that scene where the UFC drags people out of the cage, and then they're grabbing fans, and the security's like, let's go. Like, I'll talk to you after.
Yeah.
That was me. I was doing that thing, and poor Esther. Oh my God, poor Esther. So since she's short, and I was so hyped up or something, she was right beside me, and I'm watching other people's videos, and I'm kind of looking for her, and I'm looking right over her. She's right here. I'm looking right overhead. I'm like, oh, I guess Esther's busy. And I see other friends and stuff. And finally, she kind of just taps me on the shoulder right before I do my medicals, and I see her, and then and she was all crying already, and I was like, ah, and I started little crying and stuff, and it was just it's okay, I won. And she was and she was so worried and stuff, and it was just super emotional, and but that moment from walking out of the cage, that was actually my favorite moment, and those moments after the fight were really incredible, actually.
I get a text from Clay Guida, and it's that's exactly what it reminded me of. When you get a fighter and they're walking back and the fan wants a selfie, I'm like, it's Clay Guida asking Casey for the selfie after the fight. It's just amazing. I know you love this question in the scrums. It was always one of your favorite questions. How are you going to celebrate? So how did you celebrate?
Oh, and this is something I totally get now from fighters. So the plan was, okay,
Casey with the suspect internet connection? Wow. What's going on here?
Someone doesn't want us to know how.
Unbelievable.
We'll get him back.
Casey with the suspect internet connection. That's crazy.
I know injuries.
Wait, you're back. We lost you
did
there.
lose me?
We lost you there. Yes, I was making fun that you had suspect internet connection.
Am I back now?
It's a little shoddy. Okay, I think you're back now, but you have to repeat that whole answer.
Oh, where did we start? I'm sorry.
I asked you how did you celebrate, and you said this is one thing that I know the fighters do.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm getting the whole MMA hour.
This is it. This is it. Yeah, this is it.
I knew I should have done this in my car.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. I would have hung up on you.
Driving.
Yeah.
No, how I can celebrate. Originally, we're gonna go to a big Japanese karaoke bar and just have a blast and just scream out loud and just be silly. And but it turns out we were just exhausted. I was exhausted, and I think everyone around me, my closest friends, were just emotionally exhausted too. Honestly, because that's what they were kind of with me the whole time, you know. So everyone's like, man, we just sat and chilled. We met up with Mark Raimondi. Mark Raimondi gave me he basically interviewed me. He knows so what was the game plan after round two? But it was and Esther's all like, Mark, get off the clock.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm curious. He's my friend. I want to know. Like that. So it was just things like that. And that, yeah, after a little bit, I mean, after a couple of hours, I was just like, oh, I don't want to say I was over it, but I was just like, so how was your day, guys? What did y'all do? I was ready to be just one of the gang, you know, it's even in the more, even Saturday morning when I woke up, I joked with Esther. I was just like, Esther, make me coffee. This is my special day. I was just like, this is my day. I was just kind of just being funny brat. But yeah, afterwards I was just like, so yeah, how's everyone else's day? You know, what's going on? You know, it was just because eventually I knew I kind of had to leave this fight world and just kind of, just hanging out with friends again, you know.
I wish you could have seen, so Mark filmed it, as you know, on his Instagram, and that was great. And he was providing some commentary. You kicked him in the stomach a couple of times. That was great. But it was really like a reunion of MMA media in the comments. You know, Ben was there and Shaheen was there and all the MMA fighting people were there. And then Cub Swanson is there. And it was just amazing. All these people just supporting you and writing things as the fight's going on. This running commentary. I don't think you could go back and watch that even if you post it. But it was just amazing to be a part of that and to feel like we all won because you won. It was
really special. It was just special. This isn't what I expected at all. I knew there'd be a little bit of attention to this coming when I decided to do this, you know, but I was like, I'm just me with my 6,000 followers or something. I don't know. But I don't know, man. It was just, it was unexpected. And for such a mass majority of the comments that were just super positive and so helpful. And it was weird, the whole MMA experience. I got random, just you suck. Who do you think you are? Blah, blah, you know? And I was like, whoa, weird. I'm just getting random hate. I was like, I am getting the full MMA experience here. This is wild. And, but I think I replied once to someone, but I was like, ooh, I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be that guy that focuses on one negative comment and just passes up, the 100 positive comments. So almost all of yesterday, I felt I spent most of my day just, saying thank you, liking heart buttons and stuff on different social media. It's I for the first time in my life, I had that. Oh, I got so many notifications. That was me for that first time. The full experience. And I didn't want to. I felt bad. I didn't want to pass up. I wanted everyone to know that I saw their messages. I saw their congratulations. I saw their good looks. I saw their advice, and it really meant a lot. And it felt good. It felt really nice. So having so much positivity going into that fight, and I guess, and even coming out of it, as soon as the fight was done, if you watch the video, watch as soon as the fight's done, I'm like, oh, I looked disappointed and I felt disappointed. But then as soon as I saw the comments and, everyone's like, what are you talking about, dude? I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I did okay, and even my coaches, because there were so many things I was supposed to do in the fight that I just passed up on, like the arm bars, and there were key locks I was supposed to do and all this stuff, I had planned for, and I put myself in position for, but it's a fight, I just kind of forgot things, but I still didn't lose my positions. I still didn't know. I still kept my fundamentals down, so I didn't get swept or anything. So I'm happy with that. But all those comments and all the fighters like Cub, Chris Cyborg. There's been a lot more. I think Andre Feely wrote me. Who wrote me? A bunch of fighters wrote me and stuff, and just like little messages and stuff. It felt nice. It felt very nice, and it felt very nice. Yeah.
Are you going to do it again?
It was, man, it's a thing, man. It's a thing. Probably.
You're leaning towards it.
Probably because the fight didn't go the way I wanted it to go. Like everyone's all like, E could be, Leydon or whatever, EKC Nurmagomedov and stuff. And well, I was like, I've been training my striking so much, It's like, I think, that's something I heard today that I was like, oh my God, Paul Craig talking about his striking. And like, no one thinks he's a good striker. They think I'm just a jiu-jitsu guy. Mm-hmm. And like everyone thinks I'm a wrestler now, or whatever.
People think, isn't that a crazy thought in its own right? Like people actually think of you as a certain type of fighter. You actually saying everyone thinks I'm a wrestler now is such an absurd statement, but it's a real statement. Yeah. Like imagine you saying that in 2012. Everyone thinks I'm a wrestler now.
I worked in wrestling. I actually have a much bigger appreciation for wrestling, like a giant appreciation for wrestling, especially MMA wrestling now. And I really did embrace the grind. And my first ever MMA workout was with DC, and it was wrestling too. And I remember that day, I was like, ooh, because it was hard. I was like, this is painful, just my muscles and everything. I was like, and I'm kind of just like, I kind of like that. I kind of like the hard, dirty workouts. And so yeah, everything's a wrestler. But I was just so mad. That's why I want to do it again, because I feel like, I had all this cool striking. I work on my head movement so much, and I just didn't use it, and I threw in the third round. This is how stupid I am sometimes. I threw a leg kick in the third round for only one reason, just because I've been training so much dang Muay Thai. I was like, oh God, I got to throw one kick in a fight. I can't go out and not throw one kick, So I was just like, so I threw this crappy little leg kick and stuff, and I think I don't know. I think he punched me after that for doing that, but
at least you threw it.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Tapology result. The whole thing is just incredible. Final question. If there's someone out there who wants to go through this program, why should they do it? Now that you've done it, why would you go out there and, because it's tough, man. There's a lot of reasons why you shouldn't do it. If you have kids, if you have a job, this and that, why should someone do it? Why is the payoff worth it?
First of all, it's a hell of a story to tell. It's just gonna be. I mean, that's life. Life is just when we're old and stuff. You want stories to tell. You want you want memories, and this is a freaking memory, man. This is one hell of a memory. The whole process, not just the fight, really the whole process. That's actually the number one reason. And obviously, I got in the best shape of my life. I still have I can still feel my abs. I had a 6-pack, and everything. I was like, that was just absurd to me that I'm a person that had a 6-pack. I was weighing, I was like 210 pounds. I was just a dude, I just go to work and do it. And all of a sudden, I'm just like, oh my God, no, I had to get a whole new wardrobe pretty much because nothing fit anymore. So the fitness part, is great, honest. But I think the number one reason though is really, you're going to find out that you're way tougher than you think you are. I think, and this isn't just fighting. But we're just, I think people are just tougher than they think they are. And that's why this one this group that we had in this class, and I think it was awesome too. I think we started out with like 18 people. We wound up finishing with 14 because people had to drop out for different reasons. But like those 14 guys, like I met 14 people that I would have really never met in my life. And we all had just like basically one common interest, but we were all there for different reasons. And just to meet all these different types of people who live all across in Los Angeles, different ages. Now, some people are, they're just different. Everyone's just different, and they all had different reasons to be there. And that was the one thing I think that we all gained from it. Like, oh, we are way tougher than we thought we were. We are tougher than we thought we were. And I think that just feels good. And that's like one of the big things for as far as joining that program.
Frank, anything you'd like to say to Casey?
Oh, geez.
Good job, Casey.
I mean, that's it? That's all you got, Frank? No apology, no nothing?
No.
Wow. You Texas guys.
The haters motivated me.
Yeah.
Motivated me.
Hey, Casey, you got $10 on you by chance?
GC, anything you want to say to Casey?
Thank you, Casey. Incredible work.
Thank you. And I'm so excited that all my friends got to watch it too. Like I didn't think too much about the whole streaming thing. I didn't want to.
I mean, can I get some credit for the? I mean, can I give myself? Thank you.
Yeah, the Barry Horowitz.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I freaking fought really hard to get that. We got multiple streams. And if I'm being honest,
I know I had different camera angles.
Yes, the Celtic Gladiator. I mean, Mark. Great guy, not the best cameraman. I went to watch the Celtic one. I was like, man, they were like right in there. They were in the corners. I should have been watching this stream. It was so much better. It was like pro stream.
You know what's so funny? So like in between one of the rounds, I don't know which round it was. Like, so, you think the weirdest things, you hear the weirdest things and stuff. And so I'm in there like breathing, and the corner of my eye, I look up. I'm like, who's that guy with an iPad? I'm like, why is some guy with an iPad just looking at me?
Was that the guy? Was that how he was filming?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, well, it was like on a big iPhone or something. I don't know. It was just like he was just holding it right there. So I hit the corner beam's right here. So I'm like, okay. I was just like, there's a guy with an iPad pointing at me. But but then I got home and I saw, oh wait, and like you can kind of see me look at the camera for a moment. I was like, that was the camera. I didn't realize what it was. I was just like not thinking that.
Amazing. Well, it was the highlight of my Saturday. Forget Arnold and Aspinall, Molly. This was the highlight. It ended on a perfect note.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy I made my friends happy because everyone.
Oh, it was great.
Was like, yeah,
so it was awesome.
That made me feel really good. I felt honestly happier for my friends being happy that I won. It was weird. It's a weird feeling.
It was actually of all the potential stories that we can have with MMA media, a member going to fight. To me, this was the perfect one because forever, and I know recently, you've become a personality, but like forever, you were always the guy behind the camera. You were always the guy who didn't have, you were shining the spotlight on other people. And so for one night, 1 week, whatever you want to say, it'll happen again. The spotlight was on you. And I thought that was a beautiful thing. So it was well-deserved. It was amazing to see. Much respect, man. You made the walk and you freaking won. And I scored at 30-24 and no one can tell me otherwise. Ooh. Let's go. Well done.
Open scoring, baby.
That's right. Scoring. That's right. Now get back to work. All right. Thanks, Casey. Appreciate it. Congrats, man. There he is. Casey, undefeated, undisputed, 1-0 as an MMA fighter. Unbelievable. What a story. How do you not love that? All right. In a bit, we're going to be joined by New York Ric. Ric's picks. That went a little long, but I had a lot of questions, okay? I had a lot of questions. I needed them answered. In a second, we're going to be joined by GC, see how he did with his picks for UFC London. But first, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. NCAA tournament, full swing. Sweet 16 upon us. How about St. Peter's? Shout out to them. What a story. College basketball fans, as you know, the action on the court is heating up. biggest tournament of the year, DraftKings Sportsbook. You know the story by now. Turn your team's victory into your own big win. New customers can bet $5 on any team to win and get $200 in free bets if they do. It's that simple. If they win, you win. If Sportsbook isn't available in your state just yet, you can still join the college hoops action with DraftKings pools. Everyone can play for free all March long for a shot at a share of over $250. That's $250,000 in prizes. Simply join a pool, answer questions like who will make it to the next round and who will hit the most three-pointers, then track your results. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code TheMMAHour. That's very important. And bet just $5 on any college hoops team to win. Get $200 in free bets if they do. If they win, you win with promo code TheMMAHour this week at DraftKings Sportsbook. 21 and over. And over, older. Restrictions apply. See show notes for details. Oh, yeah. Here we go. There it is. That's the one? That's the $10 bill?
$10 richer.
Can you confirm this, Frank?
Yep.
Wow.
Shout out not only to Casey, but also to Frank for doubting our teammate, our team member.
And to Frank for paying up.
He did pay up.
Yeah.
All right, he tried to Venmo me. I said no.
No, we need the actual,
Because with that said, if you'll see behind me here.
Oh.
The decoration team, if we, I don't know if you can read it, the caution tape. We've been working on this for a while. It's time to unveil it.
Oh.
This will live forever. We're not going to spend this one.
Wow.
Casey's Corner. We are naming this after him.
Wow.
This is where this $10 bill.
I mean, this is a lot. This is a lot. I mean, the guy got all this attention all weekend long. Now he's getting his own corner immortalized.
Look at that. Immortalized here on the MMA Hour. The $10 bill will stand.
Wow.
Not just as a reminder for his great work, but also for Frank's blatant
fumbling.
disrespect.
Yeah.
A little rude. Unbelievable performance.
Wow.
30-24.
You agree, right?
I think that's the consensus everywhere.
Yeah. I hit up MMAdecisions.com. I told them 30-24. It's the only score that matters. Frank, your thoughts?
It's a little rude.
Why?
I mean,
Frank scored it for Fritz.
Yeah, he did. He did score.
He said 29-28 Fritz. I don't know how.
I was actually talking to Frank as the fight was going on. He actually thought the fight should have been stopped after that punch landed in the first, opening.
Unreal.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh wow."
You should have called.
He sent me a fake stream. I think he doctored a video that had Casey losing, and he sent me that stream.
Oh my God, Frank!
I'm just saying, should there be another corner for every time Connor loses a bet?
Wow.
I don't know if we have enough corners.
Wow.
I mean, this guy just hates everyone on the team. Unreal.
Biggest heel in the control room.
I want everyone to put it on notice now. He claims he's going to watch 273 with me. So
wow. You know when that is, Frank?
18 days to come up with an excuse.
Yeah. April 9th, Frank, okay?
Thank you.
So it's March 21st, 10 days. Yeah, all right. Well, that's amazing. So that's a big win.
Huge win.
But you had other big wins.
Oh, yeah. Another great week.
That was my segue into you.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice.
Thank you.
We're rolling pretty good. I mean, UFC London, fantastic card. I was kind of sad to take down the poster, but
wait, before we get to the win, sorry, this is my bad.
Yeah, let's go back. All right, yeah.
What about
jump the gun a little bit?
Yeah. Well, no, it was a nice transition. It was big win to big win.
Are we talking? We're talking breakfast there.
Yeah, I mean the picture. First of all, the picture was so good. You did it from above.
Yeah, it took some time. I mean, look at that.
Look at that. It was the lighting though. On the right side there.
So yeah, this is my coffee table right next to some windows. So we got the natural lighting and everything going. I did the counter at first. I spent way too much time working on this picture.
What do we got there for those that are listening? Well, give us the breakdown.
Okay, this is the English breakfast. I went based off the internet, off of Google. We got eggs. We got hash browns. I couldn't find the black pudding. Got ripped for that. I'll give my
sunny side up eggs.
Sunny
Does
side up.
Does it have to be sunny side up? English breakfast?
I'm not sure. I can't speak on that. But all the pictures I saw, they were sunny side up. This, you put it in the skillet, you steam it. This was tough work. First one didn't come out well. These were 2 and 3 right here. You got the beans, the Heinz English beans, whatever they are. Tomatoes, mushrooms, back bacon. Sausages got absolutely roasted for these sausages.
Why?
Oh my gosh. They were like, these are pathetic.
What's wrong with them?
Are those brown and serves? Those are brown and serves, aren't they?
Yeah, something similar. Yeah, they are. They are. Nothing crazy. They're supposed to be bangers, I think. Everyone says the full size. I mean, people call them pathetic. Yeah, they just absolutely ripped them. We got the English breakfast tea up there, and we got some toast. A Another big critique, I didn't toast the bread enough. It was plenty crunchy. There's plenty of butter on there.
People were actually critiquing that?
People were coming for my neck for not putting milk in my tea either.
Wow.
I mean, they were like, you stupid son of a... Like, I got called a maniac, a psycho. They couldn't believe it. Mostly, though, the reviews were positive. A couple people... Anyone that really ripped me, I think I got like a couple like 2 out of 10s. If you're going to give me a 2 out of 10, you got to post your own breakfast. You got to come back and show me what a 10 is. Like... Mostly positive. For a first-timer, I will take it. A lot of positive reviews. Some people said they'd pay for it. I got a couple 10 out of 10s. Killershaw thought it was fake. He thought it was from the internet. I took a selfie with it to prove otherwise. So.
And then he thought that the selfie was fake.
I mean, that guy will come up with anything. That guy's just...
What a hater.
He's no better than old New York Ric. With the
also, he thinks you don't retweet things enough. There it is. What's his issue with your retweeting?
No, I think he thinks I retweet the GC and Helwani segment too much. That's the whole thing. That's why he's always like, "Oh, shocker."
Oh, I actually took it as like you don't retweet it enough. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, why wouldn't you retweet that?
Yeah, I think I retweet it every time.
Yeah, of course.
Which I think is what he's saying. He's like, "Oh, big shocker."
Okay, I'm just having my soup here. All this food talk.
Yeah, don't choke on it. Yeah.
It looked fantastic. I was jealous.
I enjoyed it, dude. The beans with the eggs was like shockingly better than I expected. It was better than I expected. I don't know if I'm going to do it. It's also a lot going on to make that.
There's a lot of things, yeah.
I don't know.
How long did that thing take? Soup to nuts, as they say.
I mean, like an hour. And I had assistants. This was a team project, me and my girlfriend. And like you had skillets and burners and the oven going. And it was...
Have you been to England?
No.
Okay. No. One day you'll maybe get to...
Yeah, and the funniest thing is... I was at a restaurant later that day, and there's an elderly man in the corner sitting, eating an English breakfast. And I was like, oh my God, like, look at this. And
wow.
he had the black pudding too.
Wait, someone was having an English breakfast at night?
No, it wasn't at night. It was like noon.
Oh, right, because you were out and about, right?
Yeah, it was like his brunch.
St. Patrick's thing.
Like
his
brunch.
Okay.
Yeah, which the St. Patrick's thing was a pretty big fail. I think everybody just did it on Thursday.
I hate to say that I was.
Yeah, you told me that.
I was I was a little bit surprised. I mean, because I know Thursday is a big day in New York City.
Yeah. I was really hoping it would just carry over the weekend. Yeah, one bartender was like, "Why are you guys all wearing green?" I was like, I mean, dude, it's been 2 days. You got decorations still up. Like, let's just keep the trend going.
More commentary is rolling in here from familiar faces. Judd says, in fairness, Connor, if you're going to do a full English, you got to do it right. I respect the effort, though. 6.3 out of 10. Lewis, our good friend, says, first time seeing the breakfast, I'm partially offended. Did you toast the bread for 3 seconds? Wow. How long did you toast it for? Clear the air.
It was a full toasting cycle, I think, set on 4. I mean, like, I didn't want to bite into a brick here. And the lack of butter, I mean, how much butter do we need, people? Like, there was a solid slab of butter on both pieces. I'll take the appreciation for the effort. There was a lot of effort.
To clarify, you took a bite out of the piece of bread before the picture, but nothing else.
So actually,
that was an interesting call.
The bread, so toasted, it broke. That's how toasted it was. Wow. It broke in half. So everyone coming at me, it was a white bread.
Wait, so almost, I mean, you can make a case that you toasted it too much.
You see it? I think it's plenty toasted. I mean,
do you know those Grubhub pictures that I'm talking about?
Yeah. I mean, it looks great.
This looks like a picture for like, the Garden City Deli on the corner
I did it big. There was some dust on my table. I wiped it off. I was like, okay, this is going to look good.
Yeah. And you still get crap for it. Unbelievable.
I mean, it's the internet. What do you expect?
Did you eat this while the card was going on or before the card?
Nah, before the card started.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think you did a great job.
I appreciate it.
Full marks.
I mean, some effort. That's all I put into it.
Yeah, no. Full marks. All right. So then we get to the fights. How did we do?
We did well. Another winning week. We're starting to string a few together here. We'll start with the singles. Do well with the singles. We go 5-1. I mean, look at EKC Leydon down there at the bottom at even money. We also cash Shore, Allen, and Aspinall all at dog odds. Gunnar Nelson unfortunately couldn't get the finish. I thought he had a couple opportunities too, but he wasn't able to finish it off. We'll go to the parlays. We missed the little mini air fryer because Gunnar couldn't get the finish, but it is what it is. We go 2-2 there. We get the Pavlovic I guess I count that as a single because we lost Nathaniel Wood, which was unfortunate.
That was a bummer.
So we do well there. Nathaniel. And then the final recap: 6-1 singles, 2-2 parlays, up a total.
Wait,
5.
Didn't I say you would get to 30 by 273?
I think you did.
Wow.
Here we are. We got to have another winning week, though. You know, we can't lose and go and regress back before 273. So yeah, up 5.29 units after the Casey win. He pushed us over the 30 unit mark. Actually, he was the last fight of the day. He pushed us over the 30 unit mark. So yeah, we're hot right now. We're doing well. You know, stringing together some wins. Not going to get too high. Fun riding it out right now, and just try and stave off a cold streak here as long as we can.
Man, you are, I mean, look at that. You are rolling. Favorite moment?
Man, that's tough. So when I was out and about, they had the fights on at a bar, and there was another group of people betting on the fights as well. I had the fight doesn't go the distance of Krylov Craig, and then a bunch of people in the bar took Paul Craig based off of his nickname.
Huh.
And so I'm cheering for the fight not to go the distance. They're cheering for Paul Craig. And when he gets the submission, everybody goes crazy. People start chanting Bear Jew in the bar. It was, that was a pretty wild moment. I also went really crazy when Arnold Allen beat Dan Hooker. Man. I was going pretty wild. That was sick. I mean, there were so many moments. The Molly McCann knockout.
Incredible.
I mean, Mokaev, to start off the card, that was insanity. There was too many moments to count. Tom Aspinall, the call out, and then he's chugging beers on the way back to the.
By the way, who said Aspinall via finish? Who said it?
You did say that. I'll give you credit for it.
I said it was tailor-made for him.
Tailor-made, man. Yeah, you pinpointed.
I still couldn't believe he was the underdog. Now, I don't think he closed as underdog, right?
No, I think he closed at minus 125, minus 130.
But for a long stretch there, he was the underdog.
Yeah.
How are you doing in the? Go ahead.
I was going to say Jack Shore did close as an underdog.
Yeah. I was surprised by that.
I mean, there was another moment. That third round was insanity.
Insanity.
Yeah. Great card.
How are you doing in basketball?
We're doing good. I mean, I think I went 14-10 this weekend. Nothing crazy. I more so just do it for fun. Gonzaga's still alive. I have 6 futures. 5 of them made the Sweet 16. Wish Arizona had lost last night. Unfortunately, they got it done in OT. But yeah, we're having fun.
It's a good tourney. St. Peter's.
St. Peter's, Jersey City's very own. How do we feel about it?
Shaheen Holloway, what a legend. Why is my mic so loud all of a sudden, Frank? What's going on over here? Where's the house music?
You want the house music back?
What about that petty walkout, huh?
Oh, my gosh.
I actually think they botched it, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you that they should have been showing him earlier.
You need to get him from the locker room, build up to it. I felt like they went to him too late. It was great. Here I am nitpicking, but I felt like it could have been, if I may, I felt like it could have been produced just a little bit better.
Yeah.
But, very few low moments on that card. I mean, again, if they were sitting down beforehand and being like, all right, what could we do and what could we wish for to make this the perfect night? That pretty much was the perfect night because it wasn't even just they all won. That would have been fine. It was all one dramatic finish after the next.
And it was they kept topping each other. It was just I mean, the Topuria fight, that wasn't even an English guy, but just I thought
he beat the English guy. Yeah. Oh my God, that first round was amazing.
Was oh my God, yeah. I mean, insane. So yeah, I did well. A couple other people did well.
Oh yeah, what do we got?
Yeah, we got the big hitters. Another tough week to decide.
I'm noticing that this is people want to be featured here.
Oh, I think so.
They're coming after you.
You got to show how well you did, man. Some of these people really cash out like crazy. This was there's going to be some people upset that they didn't make it, man. The competition was tough this week. I think we got the most response we've had so far. So we'll start with the big hitter of the week. This is a special one. I'm very happy to do it. Yep, that one right there. Yep, there it is. There it is. All right. Special one that I wanted to do. Mike Ryan. He's been telling me, you talk about manifesting with Mokaev. He's been telling Dana White for however long he's going to make the UFC. Mike Ryan has been telling me every single week since I think we started this that he's going to make it onto the show, that he's going to, he's always telling me to meet him at the bank after the card, everything like that. He balled out this week. Molly McCann by KO at plus 950, Aspinall by submission plus 1,200, parlayed them up plus 13,550. $10 to win $1,300. He also hits Tom Aspinall submission round 1. Arnold Allen KO round 1. I don't even know how you would call that. Why you would even put money on that? Like,
wow.
You said he doesn't have a KO in however knows how long. Profits like $6,000 on the weekend. I mean, he's been telling me, dude. He's been telling me. He tells me every week that he's going to make it on the show.
So how much did he get? 6,000?
In total, this is just some of his plays. This was like $1,400 for the parlay, another $500 for that Aspinall submission, another $200 for the Arnold Allen. Ends up profiting like $6,000.
Wow! Good.
So shout out to Mike Ryan, man. He's telling me he's going to do it.
And again, this isn't Mike Ryan of the Lebitard Show fame.
No, or Mike Ryan, my college roommate. I guess it's just a popular name.
Okay.
Couple honorable mentions. Like crazy stuff here. Anthony Smith, not that Anthony Smith.
Okay.
He parlays. Pimblett, sub round 1. Aspinall, sub round 1.
Wow.
2 legs plus 28,600 on this one. Turns $5 into over 1,400.
Wow.
I mean, insanity right there. At Fun While It Lasted, 4 legs plus 13,000. Turns $25 into over 3K. He did Jack Shore by submission or points, Pimblett by submission, Allen by KO or points, Aspinall by submission. Parlayed him up 25 into over 3K. And then lastly, I'm going to butcher this name, Rob Minkler.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's it.
Yeah,
4 legs. Plus 16,717. Mokaev, round 1 submission. Paul Craig inside the distance. Pimblett in round 1. Aspinall round 1, round 2, or round 3. Turns $10 into 1,600. I mean, it was a tough week to get on here. You had to be over plus 10,000 on your parlay if you wanted to get it. Like, got some really, really crazy ones. So, yeah, shout out to the people.
Yeah. What about that one I sent you?
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
He didn't make the cut?
I should. I mean, what am I going to do? No name, no bet slip. Like,
I mean, that's from a reputable source.
It is a reputable source.
Ben Fox, the man.
Yeah, I should have had the
guy.
Yeah, I should have had that.
I mean, this was a crazy thing. I understand where you're coming from because we like to have the actual proof. But for those that missed it, let me just pull this up here. He sent this to me earlier. One bettor won $1.2 million. $1.2 million on $850 worth of UFC bets. The bettor had a $750 15-leg and $100 17-leg moneyline parlay on the last 2 fight nights.
It's insane.
He won the Azmat Mirzakhanov fight, Miranda Maverick, Khalil Roundtree, Sadiq Youssef, Alex Bejeda, Song Yadong, Mokaev, Ankalaev, McCann, Taporia, Craig, Pimblett, Arnold Allen, Aspinall, Guido Canetti. Incredible. Money line. Every single one of those.
Incredible, dude. An understatement.
And he won 1.28. I asked Ben, who's a gambling expert. He works for Vizn Live, formerly of ESPN. It's Vizn, right? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, Vizn.
Or
VSIN.
VSIN. What is it? It's Sin.
I think it's Vizn.
Like Vegas Sin Live. It's a Vegas thing. Anyway.
Yes.
I asked them if it was like the greatest victory ever, and they said because it's broken up into 2 bets, it didn't.
Oh, it's not.
No, it doesn't count. I don't know. Whatever. Who the hell cares? 1.2 million. What the hell? That's nuts.
I mean, yeah.
But I guess not big enough to make your list. So.
I mean, what am I going to do? Have the tweet and the guy's notes app up? Like I need the concrete proof.
All right, fair. You know what?
Not
You're
saying
right.
that I don't trust him.
Yeah, no.
But like, who are we gonna shout out?
Yeah, then all of a sudden, like there has to be.
X.
Yeah, there has to be.
I got to get the slip, you know.
Yeah. All right. Anything else to share?
Yeah, why not? Let's shout out the DraftKings because we got a real picture this week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've got a real picture.
Oh.
Hey, it's the same thing as last time. Don't get too excited.
Oh, I mean, I love this. Reminds me of King of the Ring.
Running Flowers, Ronald H. He goes Aspinall, Allen, Nelson, Amir Khani, Shore, Mokaev.
Ah.
Winner. Look at him. Ronald H. Running Flowers.
Actual picture this time, Ronald. Well done. Let this be a lesson to all.
This is the proudest moment I've had for the DraftKings.
You too can have a crown on your head if you actually put your face on your avatar.
Ronald H. Salute to you, sir.
How much did he win?
Like $200.
Well done.
Yeah, I messed up the executive league. A lot of people came in for that.
What happened?
The payout structure, I accidentally did 50-50 instead of winner take all.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's a big blunder.
Yeah. I feel bad for whoever won it this week. So we're back at it next week.
Okay. All right. Speaking of next week, it's Chris Dawkins versus Curtis Blades. Dawkins a big underdog in this one, plus 280. Blades minus 365.
Yeah, I've actually got quite a few bets already locked in. I'm going to tweet those out. A couple people, made a solid critique of like the line changes too much by the time that I give it out on Wednesday. So yeah, that's a nice reminder for me to tweet out these as soon as we get out of here.
Some interesting ones off the bat. Kaikar France plus 260 against the very tough. Askar. Is that one of them?
Where we're going.
Yeah, plus 2. You love Kaikar France.
We don't emotionally bet often, but we're gonna rock with Kai.
Yeah,
on that.
Sarah McMahon plus 185. That's interesting. How about Neil Magny buried on the undercard? That's a bit surprising to me. Going up against Max Griffin, he is the favorite. Mark J. Casey plus 150. I'm looking for some dogs here. Mateus Nicolau, that's an interesting one. Plus 115. He's looked good as of late.
There it is, the Helwani dog of the week, Mateus Nicolau.
I feel like I've been hitting them lately, if I'm being honest. All right.
Other than the parlay that you gave out.
Well, the parlay, yeah. I got greedy there, but I'm usually hitting one per card. Now, if you want to look at the sum of all the, but I like to focus.
That's what we should start doing. One per card. If you had just given out Khalil Roundtree, people would be like, this guy.
Aspinall. I said Aspinall. I said Jack Shore. There was another one that I thought I said. Oh, Paul Craig. I agreed with you on the Paul Craig. Yeah, that was a good one. All right. Well, thank you very much. And we'll talk on Wednesday.
Yeah.
There he is. Everyone, GC stopping by, our resident gambling expert. Okay, no time to waste. Time now for everyone's third favorite segment of the week. It is time.
And now it's time to open up your ears and your minds, MMA fans. It's time for Ric's Picks. Ric's Picks. Ric's Picks are lots of fun, and his hair is
I actually don't know if he's here today.
You already know what it is.
Ric's Picks.
We're about to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. It's the new craze taking the world by storm. Live from the Vox Studios in beautiful New York City, it's time for
Ric's Picks.
That's right. Here he is. Oh, there he is. The man of the hour.
Friend.
Too sweet to be sour.
How are you?
I'm doing well. You?
I have no complaints.
What do we got?
Life's great.
Did you watch the Casey fight?
No, I did not.
What?
What kind of nonsense is this? Of course I
watched. No, were you watching it live?
Yeah, of course.
I didn't see you in the comments.
What comments?
When we were watching it live, everyone was commenting.
What? Wait, where? Where are you talking about?
Were you watching the Celtic Gladiator stream or the?
I was watching the Celtic Gladiator.
I was watching the Ramundi stream.
No, come on.
I know.
I want the pro quality, bro.
You're right. It was a way better stream. I felt bad because I told Mark to do it, and then Celtic finally jumped in.
Yeah.
And I wanted to support his endeavors.
As much as I love Mark, I need to see this in HD. I need to.
It was
apparently an iPad.
It was great.
Doing it right. Yeah.
I didn't know you could even stream IG Live.
They I have to tell you, they did a fantastic job on the fly recording that.
They almost freaking fumbled the whole damn bag because they weren't going to stream anything. Come on, guys.
People needed to see that, and I'm sure they're happy they did. I'm sure that's the most they've got on that page. So shout out to them for doing it.
Yeah.
Shout out to you.
Thank you
for arranging.
Thank you.
You wouldn't want to pat yourself on the back, so let me.
No, I appreciate that.
And shout out to the boy, Casey.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Patty.
No.
Doesn't he call himself the boy?
Yeah, he says he's the boy. The real boy?
Right.
The real boy is Casey.
That's right. That's right.
I have some Rick's picks. None of them are from London, so if there's anything else you want to get off your chest on that,
thank God.
Maybe talk about it, because otherwise we're moving on.
Good. I'm good to move on.
Good.
Actually,
it was a great night.
There's going to be more London talk on Wednesday.
What do we got?
Tom Aspinall joining us. One of our favorites in terms of broadcasters who might have been the play-by-play guy on Saturday.
My guy, Johnny G.
Johnny G in the house. And I think a fighter who I don't think was in attendance, but obviously has a keen interest and is a huge part of building the foundation that we saw flourish and come to fruition on Saturday. I don't know if I'm even describing this the right way, but the Outlaw, Dan Hardy, will give us his thoughts.
Very good.
Among others. So stay tuned for that.
Gooden and Hardy reunion, maybe a little bit of
crossover. No,
crossover.
Different
times.
Different times. Yeah, I don't want to make it awkward for anyone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to tease something that's not getting delivered. Okay.
What do we
Moving
got?
on.
Moving on.
Great night of fights.
Yeah.
But the story of the weekend is our very own EKC.
I thought you weren't talking about the things I just talked about.
I'm not talking about London.
Oh, okay.
No. You think I'm going to do a segment without giving this to EKC, aka K1 Casey, because obviously striking, as he said, aka Eugene Casey Leydon Madoff. Like this guy gets the rub this week. Nate Diaz voice, oh, you're a wrestler now. Shout out to Casey, getting it done for us, for MMA fighting, for himself, for the documentary crew that's documenting the whole journey. Shout out to Cynthia and Esther. I don't know if they're using anybody else that's local over there, but I know those two are obviously involved. So yeah, shout out to Casey. Congratulations. Sounds like he's going to do it again. So let's do it one more time. But yeah, looking forward to part 2 that's going to come out on the MMA Fighting YouTube channel.
Oh, when's that coming out?
Showcasing the fight. I don't think we have a timeline or an ETA on that yet, but I know Casey and everybody's working on it. So
I watched part 1 on Friday. 30 seconds in, I'm crying my eyes out. I don't know why I was getting so emotional.
Because that dude knows how to tell a story, man.
Yeah, he does.
He knows how to tell a story.
The way
as
they
good
shot
as he is at fighting.
Yeah,
he
well,
might
I don't
be
know.
Better at that.
Yes, okay. I thought you were going to say he's as good as a videographer as he is a fighter, but I would say
no. He might be the best at that. That video was awesome, and the fight was awesome, and now we're looking forward to what's next. But shout out to the man EKC, of course. You crazy? Come on. One more person though. Conor McGregor gets my pick.
Wow.
Popped his head up for air, talking to Oscar Willis of the Mac Life. Stealing the headlines, stealing the attention. Just he has famously once told you, he is still the bread.
Yes.
Kamaru Usman now talking about him. And Hamzat and Darren Till inviting him to become a trio.
Yes.
One of the triumvirate. But Conor McGregor still has the juice popping up on.
Now, how'd you feel about him popping up on Friday? It was Friday, right? It wasn't
Well,
Thursday.
I think they recorded that before St. Patty's Day because you know what? It was the day before St. Patty's Day because he says I'm gonna drink tomorrow on St. Patty's Day, so I'm not gonna drink today.
Right.
At the bar, at the Black Forge Inn where
Sure.
this took place. How do I feel about him doing it? Like what you mean? Like during the fight week of the London card?
Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna if he did it tomorrow, if he did it Monday, if he did it.
Do you have any interest in this fight?
I tell you, okay. There's only one person that's truly at this point a welterweight who's not already like Leon Edwards already has that fight, right? So obviously Leon Edwards I care about seeing. I want to see that rematch. I think Leon deserves that. I think, Arnold Allen gave him the big up this week saying, he's the best fighter in British MMA. Leon's awesome. I really want to see that fight. There's only one fight after that I really care about, and that's Hamzat versus the winner of that fight. If Leon wins, maybe an immediate rematch with Kamaru, something to that effect. But I don't see much in that division that I really care about at this point for Kamaru. So I don't hate it. I mean, I don't think it's a very competitive matchup.
But if you're managing Conor McGregor, do you want his first fight back to be at 170 against Kamaru Usman?
Well, I think his next fight will be at 170. Period.
No. First fight back at 170 against Kamaru Usman. Like, probably. I would go the Donald Cerrone route, get him a win,
and then go into it.
And then we start talking about that. We need a win here.
I don't think Conor has that mentality. I think Conor. Look, if you're Conor McGregor and you can walk into a title shot against Kamaru Usman,
of course you take it. I'm just saying, if I'm managing him, I'm not the UFC now. I'm managing him.
I don't think it's a competitive fight. I'll say that up front.
You think it happens?
I think it's more likely than unlikely. I'll say that because I don't think the UFC sees a lot of contenders for Kamaru Usman. Right?
You still have Luque and Bilal coming up.
Okay, one of them's going to get eliminated, right?
Yeah, I mean the winner
so
of that fight.
Cutting it in half, right? There's only one left there.
Of course, we have the big Canelo fight.
That I'll say this: I want to see Conor more than I want to see Usman Canelo.
1,000%. Not even a question. I mean, not even a question.
Luque and Bilal, only one guy's coming out of that. If Gilbert Burns wins again, I don't care to see that quickly. If Hamzat wins, obviously that's the one I said I want to see. So look, they're short on bodies for Kamaru Usman, and Usman isn't moving up unless Israel Adesanya is gone. So that really eliminates a lot of options. I don't hate it. I really don't hate it.
Which fight do you want to see more? Conor versus Usman or Conor versus Jake Paul?
Conor versus Jake Paul, because I think that'd be more competitive.
Wow.
I think Conor McGregor has a real chance. I know Dana White and others have talked about the size discrepancy. Conor looked pretty massive in that video. I don't think the size will matter that much. I don't think Jake Paul fights very big, nor does he really lean on his opponents that much. I don't think that would be too hard to overcome. I mean, we saw Tyron Woodley has some success against Jake Paul. I don't think that will be too much for Conor. I would like to see Conor versus Jake.
Obviously, the Jake Paul fight is a more winnable fight.
Also a bigger fight, I would argue, right? Like the
buys-wise? 100%.
That's a good question. I don't know 100%. I don't think Jake Paul is as box office as the attention. I think he gets a lot of attention. I don't know if he's a paper.
Well, the problem is that his fan base aren't paying $75.
Yeah,
that's the fundamental issue. His fan base don't even understand what the term pay-per-view means. 18-year-old kids don't have that income, and they aren't convincing their parents to do it. They're just going to find a stream. That's the fundamental issue. So the number that has been reported for the second Woodley fight is false. The second Woodley fight did do less than the first Woodley fight, but it's not the number that's out there. I'm only at liberty to say that. I'll also say 1,000%, that's not the amount of people that watched. Obviously, way more people watched.
Of course.
It's just that many people. So I think together, there was just no interest in that rematch because of how the first fight went. I think together, it brings in all kinds of different people that wouldn't come into a regular MMA fight, right?
Absolutely.
It brings all kinds of...
As Mayweather McGregor once did.
And please, for the love of God, do not mistake what I'm trying to say here. Obviously, Usman is, I think, the best pound-for-pound fighter on the planet right now. Sure. Obviously, he's a high... I'm not comparing the athletic competition in one fight versus the other. I'm just saying what will transcend the fight game. Usman just isn't that name right now. He's getting close.
Inside the fight game, he's that guy. Outside the fight game, he is not. That is
he's inching closer to getting that kind of recognition outside. Sure. But you can't compare the two in terms of outside popularity.
No, it's a completely different ballgame. But as you said, there are some hurdles in terms of converting that younger audience, right? I don't think it's a no-brainer, but I think it's a must-do. Yeah, obviously, if that opportunity is there. I don't think that's a possibility. Whereas I think Kamaru and Conor is very possible.
I maintain you book him against Masvidal next at 170.
It's a great fight for him.
And if you win that fight now, it's a thing. But I think also I'm talking now I'm managing him. I want my guy to get his confidence. But I know he's not short on confidence, but just to win, to get back on track, I think would be, for the business. You win a fight, you beat Masvidal. If it's at MSG, great. You'll get all this attention. For the business of Conor McGregor, you get a win. People start believing in you again. The hype comes back.
Yep.
I'm not one to say that he's less I've said it 1,000 times. Conor versus a broomstick does 1 million buys. He's the only one in the game who's automatic 1 million buys. But if I'm on Team McGregor and I want him to get the mojo back, he's still relatively young. We're coming off a serious injury. Let's get a win. I don't know who that guy is. I think the fight, regardless of if we're trying to fight Usman next, I just think a win, and then we talk about the big things.
The title. Yeah,
that's my thoughts.
I agree. I think it's more likely that he would come straight into a
100%.
Shot. Yeah. And Dana didn't seem to shoot it down too quickly.
Of course not.
So I'll say this though: I'd rather see the winner of Gaethje and Oliveira versus Conor. over Usman. Because I actually think those would be decently competitive.
I mean, Gaethje versus Conor would be incredible.
Yeah.
No one's shooting in that fight.
No, nobody's shooting, but those leg kicks would probably add up quick.
Oliveira versus Conor would be great too. Yeah. Also, I just think Conor is better at 55 than 70.
I agree. I just don't, man, he looks
big. But I mean, once he gets into a training camp, he's doing cardio.
Yeah.
I think he's just a better 55er than he is at 170. I mean, the Cerrone fight doesn't really, it was so short, but the two Nate fights were at 70. That's really our sample size. 55, at one time, he was the best in the world.
Yeah. I buy it. I dig it. I would rather see that, but I ain't mad. I'm not mad about the potential of Conor versus Usman.
Can Paddy Pimblett be as big as Conor McGregor?
Oh boy. What are we talking? Like, the answer is no, obviously. I mean, I don't even think that's even in the realm of possibility.
Paddy has the thing that people who aren't fight fans are like, oh, this Paddy guy, I want to watch this guy.
Nobody outside of my MMA watching friends has ever asked me about Paddy Pimblett. And I cannot say that about Conor McGregor.
Okay, but
now, again, we're comparing early, right?
We're comparing second fight, right? We're comparing second.
For one thing, I just don't think Paddy Pimblett is as good a fighter as Conor McGregor.
That's not the point. That's not the question.
I know you're not saying that, but
yeah.
I think those things are part and parcel.
Sure.
I think those things go hand in hand. To be Conor McGregor, to reach the heights that Conor McGregor reached, I think it's underrated. I think people forget this because of how big Conor is and what Conor became. He was absolutely lancing people on the way up. Like, that dude was the truth from day one, and I will admit, I needed to see it before I was ready to declare it. I was not one of those who was like, Conor McGregor is going to be the next champion. I wasn't that guy, but I was thinking that he had the skills and the capabilities. I needed to see it first. Not dissimilar to actually how I thought about Israel Adesanya. I wanted to see the proof. But has all the skills and had all the skills. I don't think Paddy Pimblett has that, and I think that will limit how far he can go. I think he can headline a card, obviously. He could have headlined that card. I thought he should have headlined that card, quite frankly. But I think he will have to win tough fights in order to even like sniff the conversation of becoming Conor McGregor, which I don't think he will. He will have to win big fights, and I don't think that he has what Conor has. I mean, let's just call it what it is. In his first two fights, he's faced adversity.
Yeah, he got rocked.
It hasn't been smooth sailing. He wasn't, Muhammad Mokaev, who came in there and just smoked a dude.
Sure. He hasn't had, and by the way, calling it like it is, for all the hate that Conor got early on, which I thought was unfair, he never fought a Kazula Vargas.
Yeah, that's fair.
He never fought a Luigi Vendramini. I mean, Marcus Brimage was a solid debut. Max Holloway maybe didn't get the kind of love back then. That fight has aged very well. You know what I mean?
100%. And I think it's almost a disservice to Paddy to compare him to Conor. I know he'll welcome it. Look, Conor's a legend. I think he puts himself.
Everyone wants to do that. I mean, they were comparing him back in Cage Warriors too.
I think it's a disservice because nobody's Conor, period, when it comes to that attention. But Paddy's special when it comes to that, no doubt. Like, Paddy captures the imagination in a way that a fighter at his level of experience, at a fighter who's facing the opposition that he's facing, he has something that others don't. He has it. Whatever it is, he has it. And he is special in that regard. So I think it's a disservice to even compare him to the biggest name, Ronda Rousey, Conor McGregor, those names that have completely changed attention for MMA. I think it's a disservice because I think he's up there. I think he's on that level when it comes to drawing attention. He needs the skills to match, and I'm willing to be proven wrong. I think he could. I think it's possible. I personally don't see it. But if he does, the sky is the limit. The sky is truly the limit because people are drawn to him. Haters, lovers, whatever it is. He is
polarizing.
He has it, and people will come along for the ride. So if they can build him in the way that that you're kind of describing for, you're talking about Conor McGregor, give him one that he can win. If Paddy Pimblett can keep getting ones he can win.
Oh, by the way, if I'm promoting Paddy Pimblett, I'm giving him 6 more Kazula Vargases.
Yeah.
Who cares? If you're getting that kind of pop, that kind of reaction, what's the rush? Now, I agree with Big John. I saw a quote from Big John. He was actually fighting tougher competition in Cage Warriors than he has thus far in the UFC.
Julian Arosa, right? Like,
Soren Bach. Like these guys are tougher than the ones he's fought. With all due respect, he did get rocked. He's winning. He said it. It's fun either way. Like, these fights are never boring with him. I also think the unique thing about Paddy Pimblett is, in the history of us, MMA, us covering the sport over a decade now, very rare to have a guy who was that popular on the quote-unquote regional scene for that long, not make it to the UFC, and then finally make it to the UFC. So I think what's cool about the Paddy experience for, the Kaposas of the world and also the new fans of the world is, usually it's Ian Gary, you get a few fights, couple years, you're jumping in there.
Sure.
Paddy made his debut in 2012.
Yeah.
Paddy was fighting on the same night as the UFC 205 card in 2016 in the main event. So it's been a long journey for him, and he's got the name, he's got the look, he's got the accent, he's got the fighting style, he had the shorts, he had the walkout, he had every single thing that you need, and he was doing it for a long time here. So the hardcores feel like some kind of way about him and have ownership of his journey, and the new fans are like, who's this guy? Fifth Beatle, he got the hair, he got like... It's a perfect storm.
And the people that want to hate on him and doubt him, they're giving him the energy and the attention
because they want to see him out.
Yeah, they want to see him fail, and that is energy and attention and inertia toward his goals. So I don't think he is Conor. I think that's a hard that bar is an impossibility. Maybe one day somebody will achieve that. But man, he has it. Whatever that it is, he has it. And he needs to stay winning. Look, it would be catastrophic if his next fight is like, somewhere opening a card or middle of a card on a pay-per-view or something. Like, this guy can sell out an arena, clearly, put him against somebody and just make that the fight. There's no reason to rush him. There really isn't.
Well, unless you put him on the, on a pay-per-view and just put him against another guy like Vargas.
But why? But why do that?
No. He should be fighting in the UK. Exactly. As I said, Eddie Hearn was there, and that was pretty damn cool. But
that was cool.
Eddie Hearn had, Anthony Joshua, good friend of the show, Jeremy Piven. Eddie Hearn has the blueprint. Eddie Hearn has a much bigger and more glorified version of Cage Warriors, right? Matchroom does things in the United States, but every weekend at 4 or 5, there's a DAZN Matchroom card, and it looks like that. Like when I watched Mick Conlon fight against Lee Wood, it looked like that. When I watched a couple of weeks prior the Catterall fight against Josh, it looked like that. He has been able to, and I know there's Frank Warren, but like the talent and the fan base in the UK, we know this for a long time. Half of the people that watch this show are from the UK.
Yeah.
They can't just go there once a year. They can't just go there every March. They need to go there at least every quarter. And you can have these fights, you can have these moments, and it'll make Paddy look bigger and make Molly seems like a bigger star because she did that. Imagine if she did that in Phoenix. None of that happens.
And this is why I'm saying it. You could put him against another guy like a Kazula Vargas on a pay-per-view card, but it's like, why? This headliner in the UK is going to be bigger than anything else you could do. There's no reason to throw that away. That's the money.
Put him at the Echo Arena again. Excuse me. Put him at the Echo Arena. Sure. Headline the card with him, with or without Till. If Till's ready to go, put him in the main event. Put Paddy in the co-main, and you're off to the races.
Yeah, and it seemed like in the post-fight press conference, Dana White talked about as soon as he gets back stateside, he's going to talk about scrapping plans and coming back.
Yes.
And it seemed like Paul Craig alluded to some existing plans that he might have gotten in trouble for some European shows. So.
Listen,
I think
enough. I mean, please, for the love of God, more of Saturday, less of the Apex.
I said we're not going to talk London.
Sorry. I don't know how we got back to it.
That's it. That's all I got.
Oh, I'm going to give a couple shout outs before we go.
Hit me.
Shout out to Francis Ngannou, went under the knife.
Yeah.
Hopefully he makes a speedy recovery. The big man. Hope we get to see him again this year. I think that might be a long shot, but we'll see. Shout out to big Gable Steveson, who went back-to-back, won his second straight national championship. What a 365 days for that guy. Wins it last year, wins it this year, wins the Olympic gold. I'm not a huge collegiate wrestling fan. I go out of my way to watch him. He did a move, I think, on Friday where he freaking like somersaulted the guy. I mean, like, I don't even know what he did. It was crazy. It was like leapfrog. Well, I don't know what the hell he did. The guy is 275 pounds and he's jumping around like he weighs 145.
When he eventually and inevitably comes to MMA, it's going to be
a scene.
Be special.
I think it's good what he's doing. They'll build him up as a monster. Hopefully they do it the right way. Hopefully they keep his name. They don't do any stupid stuff like changing the guy's name.
I do fear that WWE money might just be too good for. No, not change him. I don't know him personally. I think DC could probably speak better to like his character and the fiber. I'm talking more like, he's going to be getting big WWE money off the bat. Like maybe why take.
Why get punched in the face?
Head? Yeah, why do it? He might just stick with that and fall in love with it. I hope he comes to MMA because I think that dude could change the sport.
Oh my God.
With how freaky of an athlete he is.
Selfishly, I wish he was going to MMA first because I mean, just the bidding war for him at this point would be amazing. We compare him to Brock a lot for obvious reasons. He knows Brock, trained under Brock, both from Minnesota.
Same college, yeah.
It's actually more of the Kurt Angle route because Kurt Angle went to the Olympics and all that. Wasn't as successful in collegiate wrestling. But the point is, Kurt never went. Kurt flirted with going to MMA. You'll recall he was talking about Tough. IFL flirted. He never actually did it. And so to your point, that could be a thing. Brock actually had a falling out with WWE, and that led to him going to MMA. So if everything goes well for Gable, maybe we don't. That would be a bummer. It would be a bummer. I love watching that guy compete. I mean, he's just so big, yet so fast and so agile. It's amazing. And you know what? Shout out to my old friend, my old co-host. I thought DC did a phenomenal job this past weekend. Birthday yesterday, 43 for the big man. But again, after London and after Casey, well, actually it was before Casey, after London, it was like, of course I'm watching NCAA basketball. Not on this night. I watched pretty much the 2-hour broadcast of the wrestling because DC brought the passion and energy of a super fan and the experience and credibility of a legend. And again, I don't really watch this stuff. And I had been saying ever since they went over, why aren't you putting DC on these broadcasts? Like, this is a natural. This guy's a 2-time Olympian. He's a freaking legend from OSU. He's to have a guy like that come over. And I spoke to him yesterday.
Commentator.
Yes, he's great at it. I spoke to him yesterday and I was like, people make fun of you not doing like your research and stuff because like me listening to it, I was like, wow, you knew all these dudes. I've never even heard of these guys. You're talking to me about Penn State, that. He's like, I didn't do a thing of prep.
He just lives it.
Because he's a super, like, if he could have signed up for some sort of like contest to be like that's what he would have chosen to do.
If it took trivia to get it, he would have aced it.
So I thought that came through, and when that comes through, it's very special. So shout out to DC.
Shout out to the legend DC.
Yeah. All right.
That's it.
Thank you very much. There he is, everyone. New York Ric stopping by. Peace and love. Peace and love. I told you all, as of October 28th, if you send me anything, I'm not signing it. Okay, I'm warning you all with peace and love and peace and love. A couple of the people that we just spoke about might be on the program Wednesday. Stay tuned for that, but we are officially out of time. It is time to go home. So, Frank, any final thoughts, Frank? Anything you want to say? I mean, I feel like we kind of...
I think I got it all off my chest.
We put you on the spot there. I mean, it's okay. There always has to be a heel in the group,
I thought that was you.
Yeah, on this particular occasion, it was you. It just, I appreciate you taking one for the team. These things happen in MMA. Let this be a lesson. Never bet against Casey Leydon. That's that. Still buzzing from London. What a night. What a card. So much fun. Hope they go back more and more. Go back to Ireland. Go back to all these places. And by the way, don't tell me you can't make money over there. $4.5 million gate for a card that wasn't headlined by a title fight. You can make that money. Take the yes, I get it. They're not O2 in every single city in England. but you got a big arena over there in Liverpool. You've been to Manchester. That's a big arena too in Manchester, the Manchester Evening News Arena, unless they changed the name. You got one they've been to Newcastle. They've been to Nottingham. Come on, guys. Let's go. Give us that passion. Give us that love. Give us these moments. Please, no more Apex. 4 tiers. Pay-per-view, Tier 1 fight night, Tier 2 fight night, sort of like this weekend in Columbus. That'll be fun. And then Tier 4, you want to do like 3 a year there? Fine. But that's it. Thank you very much to all our guests. Appreciate you all very much. Thank you for listening. Who is it? Jack Shore, Molly, everyone who joined us. I'm out of time. I'm tired. You know who you are. Much love. Be back on Wednesday. Same time and place till then.